Let's try that again then. Okay, do we have an audio source on the encoder now? Yes? Okay. So, hello YouTube. We are currently on lunch. This is the 6th Language Creation Conference. We are going to be back in about 45 minutes, a little bit less, with David J. Peterson on advice for professional conlangers. See you then. Bye. I want food. At least one person has to stay in this room at times. Do you want something? What? Lots. Just whatever? Whatever. Okay. Do you care meat, not meat? Whatever. Okay.
also try to fix the flag up again. Yeah. We haven't hit on the correct technology.
They just put either out.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't really support the
weight of it, or is it just not sticky?
Not sure. So suggests passing the tape through these loops here.
Oh, right, and then sticking it through.
Yeah.
Metal definitely.
Yeah. I'm not sure that will work any better because I think we need to spread the weight. But if you know anything about exercise, he's a compulsive organiser of things.
Yeah, yeah.
And, that's one end, and let's give it a... But we don't have loops at the other side.
No.
Right. What I...
Even Rongo is a spoken language. Writing is, transcribing or speaking this thing is, well, writing is all there is. That's the primary form.
I want to spread the weight a bit more.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think that might have been another language at this stage. Yeah, right. No. All these young key people want to see that. Young. I'm one of the partners. Our third couldn't be here.
Just checking.
Yes, she has an unpleasant chronic illness, which is...
So would you normally have it then in North America? Wherever someone volunteers.
Yeah. As Christoph said at the beginning, this is the second one in Europe and the first in Britain.
Well, the range of accents seems to be Dutch, German, English, or various Anglo-Saxon speakers. That's it. I didn't know if there's any others. Is it very much? Is it just the same spread as sci-fi? I would say the interest, or do you have people from further abroad?
We do have some, but it's demographically close match. Certainly with sci-fi today.
Yeah. I mean, certainly science fiction and fantasy are generally the genres that you create languages for.
Well, I'm saying, do any of you do anything that's divorced entirely from any literature completely? Like saying, or should one be written language?
Many of the people in this room are interested, just for their own sake, and are not going for literature. Right? David Peterson, right, is a kind of stellar exception in this sense that now a TV studio wants them, but most of us are just kind of expressing our deepest self, or just little experiments, seem as possible.
Yeah. I mean, Sian Alex's work is actually tends towards a more experimental end of conwriting in this.
I do some, I guess our joint work does.
Yeah.
Myself, I do some naturalistic stuff too.
Yeah. I've got one of my languages. One is a fantasy setting, and the other is a science fiction setting. Although, strangely enough, the one that's in the science fiction setting, I really tend to write myths and legends in because, well, I mainly tend to use that one where we,
Oh, I read about this on the website. I'm interested to see it. Tomorrow, is that
That's
right?
right, there'll be an unveiling tomorrow.
yes. So,
Is this like Google thing that people were doing where they would translate the same piece of text 50 times?
Yes,
With various
it's a
languages.
lot like that, except
Chain, and
it's
then
humans who make the distortion, not the
yeah.
But it gives the
I,
original text to work from.
yeah, one of my favourite distortions in a relay was when Philip Newton had translated a text into Klingon,
Yeah.
and of course the rules of using Klingon are that you can't make up original vocabulary.
Right.
You have to use the vocabulary that Mark O'Krent has provided.
Right.
Yeah. So he got the word sledge to translate. Now there's only one known word for any type of vehicle in Klingon. So what he passed on to me translated literally as ice ship. And
Yeah.
so
Could be a number of things, couldn't it?
yes, I had 3 an icebreaker, a kind of sledge with sails, or a ship made of ice. Guess which one I went for?
I'm guessing the last, is that right?
Yeah. It was just the most fun out of the available possibilities.
Are you taking the piss when you're doing this as well? Is that the whole point?
Not the whole. Well, I mean,
Oh, come on.
people work with different styles. There's a guy who always manages to put baggage into that they were there before. He's taking the piss a bit. Try to, patch what they get together as best they can. So it takes all sorts.
Yeah. I mean, I remember in one relay, I think in Caves, who isn't here, but she substantially rewrote the text I sent her because it made more sense as a recipe when after she I had translated from Kayla. What I ended up with was obviously a big garbled, and basically she brought her own culinary knowledge into the translation and rewrote it as a more sensible recipe.
That's talk about bilingual translating. How have you actually done it? What sources do you use in each chapter?
Yes. You use the vocabulary and grammar information that your predecessor sent. So
You don't have it in English.
Oh, you just need to paste it.
yeah, I would generally start by saying my language
That's
is
probably best.
We're going to do the conference photo lunch, so we'll just after lunch, so we'll need the flag.
okay. I think Sylvie's got another one. I think Sylvie's got
Another one out there.
So make sure that it's not secured adequately.
You can weaken the tape beforehand.
Okay, David, Britton, Christian, David, and Jesse, Young, Martin. And then we go to bed.
well, the way I started, was
cheaper when you then look at the videos.
that
Times to go and sell on the internet.
yeah, well,
Images are saying, oh, Martin,
yeah.
can you find
Anyway, I took
tell she's been
this
asked
was
by
a
the media what's
language
going on.
design.
Can you tell what people
This
exactly the guy
was a
apparently was
language
from Bosnia and
designed to be the
Herzegovina
language
last year.
like
Somehow I was supposed to know how to handle newspapers asking someone on the other side of the world
I made a copy
about
of
her
the spec
colleague defecting to his
that was inscribed on the screen.
No, it's not
And then
training,
I
that's why you're
fixed
not
it, the words.
The train was coming off, they cut off the Wi-Fi, just tiny, you get this sort of email, I'm a bit late, but, and then it ends. It's like,
Yeah, I think that probably something has happened.
I tried to tell him this very odd thing.
money in every other category.
Well, it was a language that
Absolutely does not do anything about the relative frequencies of the different, just how prevalent the thing is valid. If it is phonologically valid, it's an only combination, but the
and they're gonna show what your idea is gonna stand up and go in the So I recommend autonomous lights for a photo.
All the lights. The very back, there's a panel called Working Lights. It's right inside the door. And that's your last slide, right?
Yes, that was the last one. Oh, you're pasting it all together, I see.
Yes, this way we don't have to switch back.
Yeah.
You were expecting them, but they turned off?
Yeah.
I don't want them on the group picture. Yeah.
Lights are coming on.
Yeah, but that's for now. Just quickly, we're going to do the group picture right now.
Okay,
while we still have
so-
everyone.
Just
So-
check.
If you need
That's
a
gonna
last
switch.
moment hairdo or something.
Yep, that works.
The way we're going to do
Cool.
that,
Thanks. And circle.
everybody stands up and get onto the middle of us.
And if you're in the back, come down,
Yeah.
because it will fit in better.
You have to hang it again. You can come inside Everyone's there?
Okay, let me I'll just set the video recording.
Everybody say cheese in your language.
Cheese in your language.
I don't have anyone's hand.
Okay, then. We'll do like a formal one and then we'll do a fun one. We might do a few just to make sure.
Can the projector turn up? I'm afraid the projector is projecting into the lens of the camera.
Is it?
just project.
Yes, give me a second.
Just cover it.
The cover will do. Now, just
Okay. So after 1, 2, 3. Right, now I'll do another one because it's always good. Then make sure you can see the lens. If you can't see the lens, then you're not in it.
Make sure you can see it and are looking.
You're not looking over there.
Okay. And 3, 2, 1. Excellent. Now we'll do a fun one. Okay. Now what you got to do at the count of 3, you can go cheese in your conlang. Okay. Right. So just using saying. You can take any pose, you know, sort of football, you know, anything. So 3, 2, 1. Oh, that was very good. One more time then, and give it some gusto. Okay, and 3, 2, 1.
What's in it?
another piece of tape.
Words for cheese or like a remember?
You gotta put
You got
that.
the clicker.
Sorry.
Well, the answer on the word for cheese or like a remember was my word for soap.
Same thing, really. Can what? Oh yeah, sure.
I think it's where it says professional.
Do you want me to go back to the lead slide? You got it. That's probably good enough.
So I'll just start again. Thank you for being back. I hope you all had a nice lunch. Great. We're waiting for the lights to go off, and then we'll start again the official part of... Yeah, that's done. The official part of the LCC, the presentations. Well, next presenter, I don't need actually. I mean, he's our own rock star. Got to see yesterday evening. Anyway, David Peterson is here, the well-known creator of Dothraki, High Valyrian, Sondiv, Castician, Indogene, and so many other languages for so many franchises. So, and he's gonna explain to you how you can be just as famous and rich as him, basically. So, I hope you're gonna manage to do that because that's a big thing to do. Okay. So, please welcome David Peterson.
All right, thank you, Christoph. So I got like 15 minutes for this, and 2.5 minutes of that are already gone. So anyway, I wanted to make this really as plain vanilla as possible. So yeah, advice for professional conlangers. There's absolutely no fancy title for this at all. This is a picture of me in 1999 when I was a freshman at UC Berkeley, and that was the year that I created my very first language. I'd heard of language creation only from Esperanto, and it was only later I kind of found linguistics, started studying languages that I thought, oh, you can create your own language. And I thought I was the first person ever to do that, not for international communication. Then I found the wider community, realized how bad I was at language creation, and then basically due to the charity of, frankly, a lot of the people in this room, I kind of got a little bit better at it over the years. And so anyway, 10 years that I was basically just conlanging for fun, like all of us were for 10 years, and then the Game of Thrones job came along. Since then, I've worked on a bunch of productions. So as a language creator, I've worked on these television shows, Game of Thrones, Defiance, Dominion, Star-Crossed, and then some others. One which I still am not sure if I can talk about it, but one that I was hired to create languages for it, and then it failed before anything was ever shot in it. It would have been all right. As for movies, I've done these two, Thor: The Dark World, and then there's a movie and another movie that are coming out. I also worked on 2 books, Living Language Dothraki, and then this was an actual fiction book that a friend of mine wrote, Nina Post. Zonix Decida created a language for that. And then I've kind of served as a dialect coach on these shows. Notice Game of Thrones is not there. I only talk to the actors after they die. And then kind of like as a referee or judge, as it were, I've worked on these productions. Noah, the big movie that came out, and somebody else doing that. The Riddle Troupe, by the way, if in the short little video that Britton showed, there was footage from that, which I thought was really neat. And then this failed Kickstarter called Whispers from the Shadows. I helped with that. Anyway, so that's kind of been my experience over the past 5 years, 5.5 years. And since then, like as you all know, conlanging has come from being kind of a thing that we all knew and loved to a thing that now like a whole bunch of strangers know about for bizarre reasons, because like everybody has heard of Game of Thrones and Avatar. So now people are talking about it. And so naturally, kind of a natural or result is things like this. So I'm on Tumblr. If you're not on Tumblr, it's kind of part of what Tumblr is people can ask you things. And so I get questions like this. So somebody asks me, I just stumbled upon your blog and it seems like you have a really interesting job. It seems to be so much fun. How does one get into that, if you don't mind me asking? And then there's this one. Hey there, I was just showing my friend your Tumblr and talking about some of the and we were just wondering how someone gets into a career like this. How did you realize that this is what you wanted to do and what you were good at? So I hope that the older conlangers will kind of snicker at that. Yeah, how did I decide that I wanted to be a professional conlanger? How did I? Yeah, but again, for somebody who doesn't have the perception of, our history, yeah, I guess you could just think that, oh, it's just a thing you decide to do one day. But essentially, though, and I get a lot of these emails, like 3 or 4 a month from various sources on Twitter, on Tumblr, just from email. Essentially, what it boils down to is this. I don't create languages, but getting paid to do it for Hollywood sounds cool. How do I do that? And so this is where I think that we need to collectively, as the conlanger, kind of start to take some over... Wait, what did I do? Did it go again? Oh, man. Was it right when I said the word conlangers? Oh, boy. Our poor dying art. Anyway, so what we need to do is what I think we should do is we need to take some ownership of what it is that we do, because this is the result. Everybody now knows what Game of Thrones is. And now, like, of those people that know what Game of Thrones is, quite a few know that there's somebody that gets paid to create languages for them. And so this is the natural result. And often when I do answer these questions and say, well, it helps to, of course, be a language creator, and you don't need to do anything to start that. You could start right now just creating your own language. The usual response is, oh, but why would I create a language if I weren't getting paid for it? Right. All right. So now I think it's a good time to step back and reflect, what is our place in the world when it comes to paid language creation? So there's 2 things I want to go over. One is going to be the more difficult one, what to do to get a paid conlanging job, and the other one is what to do when you have one. And unfortunately, I think that the news is still not very positive. And so, like, my advice, my number 1 piece of advice is, of course, don't be picky, because the thing is, these jobs are not going to be common, especially the big TV jobs, the big movie jobs. They're not going to be common. And Hollywood hates working with anybody that they don't know for anything. They'd rather work with somebody that somebody on the crew has heard of for some reason. And so, consequently, if somebody works on a television show, they're likely going to be working on another one doing exactly the same thing or something similar. But this is a point that I make in the book that I'm coming out with in September, you don't necessarily need to start at the level of TV show or movie. I know that's the most publicized way of entry, to getting paid for this, but something that I've noticed about working in Hollywood is that right now, at least, Hollywood hates doing anything original, by which I mean they don't like doing original television shows or original movie franchises. Instead, it's usually the movie based on this book series that's already movie based on this something or other. Like the 100, for example, this is really weird. The 100 is based on a book that wasn't even finished by the time they started writing the show. But that was just easier to pitch. It was like, but see, it's based on a book. It's coming out, we swear. But see, it's not an original thing, even though the book and the show now look like nothing alike. So what I still think is that the best way to get into Hollywood as a language creator is actually to start with books. there are very, very few television shows and movies that are going to need a created language. There are tons of science fiction and fantasy books, though. But more often than not, the author just doesn't do it or just think, well, I'll just get by doing my own thing. No. No, they need to hire us. All right? And then what happens, a very small percentage of these books are going to be turned into television and movie franchises. And if there's already a language creator attached to it, so the author says, oh yeah, there's this language, it's a big part of the book, it was created by this person, is going to get hired over somebody like me because they already did the work and they'll just bring them right along in with it. So that, I think, is the best entry. So yeah, so when it comes, if you've ever seen the LCS jobs board, and if you haven't, jobs.conlang.org. If you want to get paid to create a language, go there first. It's like the only place. Yeah, it really is. But go, you're going to see people saying, oh, I have this novel idea that I'm working on and I was hoping to have a book. You never know. It might be big. Plus, it also goes to something that I'm going to talk about a little bit later, which is resumes and portfolios. I'll get to that. All right, but next, when you see a job posting, and this, having participated both as somebody who kind of like put job for other people to apply for, and as somebody who has applied for jobs, I was kind of shocked by some of the behavior that I saw. So it can be summarized with this: support, don't share. So in other words, support your fellow conlangers. But if there's and there's two people that could get it, you are in direct competition with that other person. So don't tell them like, oh, this is what I'm doing with my proposal. I'm doing this. In other words, I'm doing X, Y, and Z with my proposal, because then what that person knows is, all right, my proposal has to do X, Y, and Z plus, and they'll do it. This is very important, because if you really want to get in, then yeah, it's going to be cutthroat, because there are very, very few jobs. And even though there aren't as many conlangers as, say, actors, there's enough to fill a room. Anyway, all right, so we're going to speed through some of this stuff. Know your limits. So this is another issue. If you're seeing a job, if you think that you can't do it, like maybe you don't have the time or you don't have the expertise, then don't try to overpromise stuff, because something that's going to kill future jobs is if there is, say, an author who says, I want this, they hire a conlanger and the conlanger can't do it. That's going to make them not want to do any kind of conlang stuff with any future conlanger ever. And they'll tell other people about it. But also expand your limits. So, for example, one of the things that I always felt very with, this is going back to my early days as a conlanger, was developing really naturalistic verb systems. What I did is I just went straight in there and tried to beef that up. I recognized it as a weakness of mine and thought, all right, I'm not very good at this, let's get better at it. Do that with your own conlanging. And this is what sketches are great for. Just sit down and start doing a sketch just for your own purposes, just at whatever it is you need to work on. And speaking of which, also perfect your pronunciation, because especially for these jobs like this, they will care about how it sounds. So you want to make it sound really cool and really interesting. Be spot on, because of course it's going to start with you. If there's going to be actors trying to pronounce your language, they're going to be slightly worse than you, and so if you start off here, they're going to start off down here. So something to work on. All right, but this is something that I really wanted to pitch for us. I think that we should start putting together portfolios, just for yourself as a language creator, if you're interested in getting jobs. So it should have like your one-page resume, but it should also have representative samples of what you've done, both technical and non-technical, so they can see, first of all, that you actually have the skills, and secondly, that you can explain it to somebody who has no idea what it's about. And so since digital media is, it's just virtual space done with PDFs, I think that this is something we should each of us do. Keep a kind of a portfolio going of your work, exactly what languages you've done, what's interesting about them, and how you can kind of showcase them to somebody else to say, look, this is my range as a conlanger. And finally, kind of most important, skills. And this is something that conlanging. I at least know of one job where there was a really, really excellent conlanger who did not get the job, because basically they did an interview with this person and afterwards said, I can't work with this person. And so they went with somebody whose conlang skills were not as good, but was really good at selling themselves. So this is just a part of getting a job, period, and you can kind of work on it separately, but I strongly encourage you to kind of work on that aspect of yourself. Oh, and also a little caveat, social media is not always your friend. So just because you only have like immediate friends and family on Facebook or conlanging friends, don't go on social media and start like, trashing your job and employer, because then if you happen to be like friends with me on Facebook and I start seeing this, it's like, oh, I don't know if I can really recommend this person for something else. Anyway, general advice. All right. So that was just my general bullet points on how to get a job. Now I'm going to even more quickly go through, because I'm aware of the time, what to do once you have it. All right, so I've learned a lot working in Hollywood now. The very first thing that you have to do once you have established your job, whether it's working for a television show, a movie, or an author, is to claim your territory, and do that right at the beginning. Tell the author, whoever is in charge, basically tell them, this is what I understand that I've been hired to do, so all of this is my purview. So, for example, if you're creating a language for a fictional race of people, and say they're pretty insular, and it's like, names, blah, 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 blah. If there are any names for any characters, I either need to create them or they go through me. I have to approve them, basically. Because I will tell you, I've certainly been in a situation where, I may have created a language for some television show and the writers say, all right, we're going to name this character Jimbo. I'm like, well, that doesn't work for a number of reasons. Number one, this language doesn't have any coda consonants. Number two, it doesn't have a voiced alveopalatal affricate. And number really sounds like the English name Jimbo. Are you sure you want to go with that? And then, you get pushback, the writers rolling their eyes, and I have actually gotten this a lot. The writers are really attached to this. I don't care. That does not fly. Anyway, so if you establish this at the beginning, then you can make things smoother for yourself later on, and especially the people that you want to be friends with. If it's a movie, the director. If it's a television show, the showrunner, and if it's a book, the author. Those are the people that are in charge, that everybody else ultimately have to answer to. So if they're in your corner, then things will be smoother for you. Next, definitely trust your skills. So you're being brought in as a language expert, not just as a conlang expert, but as a language expert. That means, when it comes to language questions, your input is extremely valuable and is probably going to be more knowledgeable than anybody else's. But you also are not going to win every battle. So anytime, if you've been watching, Game of Thrones, I don't care which show it is, and you say, oh, that seems like a weird thing they're doing. Like, why are they speaking? Why is that way? I guarantee you, I have been there and said, at least in an email or over the phone, this is the decision that you've made. I strongly recommend that you do not do that for these reasons. At that point, it's up to whoever's in charge to say yes or no, and sometimes they say no. That's the best you can do. Anyway, the other thing, once you've got the job, suggest more work. This is basically upselling. So, for example, these writing systems, the top one was for a show I did called Starcross. The other three are for Defiance. I wasn't hired to do these at all. I just said, hey, what might be cool is if these languages that we had writing systems, then you could put them on signs and things like that. And they were like, oh, that is a good idea. And then boom, suddenly now they exist. Anyway, the unfortunate thing about having a job is that deadlines exist now, which is really unfortunate. Basically, as your own conlanger, things get done when you want them to be done. Now things are done basically when the script is needed. And so sometimes you have to do things and make choices, and the languages suffer. Well, I always say the best language isn't going to be made for a television show or a movie. It's going to be made personally. Also, just in the working environment, praise everybody. They love this, especially the actors. Always tell them that they're doing a good job, even if they're not. They kind of feed off that. And, the more the better they tend to be. Also, this is just my personal pitch to conlangers. Do your absolutely best work if you do get a job. I don't care what it is, because it is really easy with a small amount of language knowledge to somebody who has none. So you can do something that is just bad work that's going to look impressive to somebody who knows nothing. Don't do that. Always do your best work so that we don't have to call each other out, because that makes us look bad. All right. Anyway, finally, last thing I'd say, my old ob conlang, okufi ea ie ala pokai heke u ti ia. Sorry, Hikautia. Anyway, I was always been bad at pronouncing Kamikawi, which is basically, don't forget where you came from. That is, everybody here, we're all conlangers first. So even if you start to get into a job and people start noticing you and everything, remember that we did this for the love of it, and that's the whole reason we're here, and that's the reason that people are paying attention now. That we have these fantastic shows that use created languages. We found it interesting. We were able to convey that to other people. Now they find it interesting, so they're ready to listen to us. Anyway, so we just kind of need to seize the day, as it were, and capitalize the attention that conlanging has got now. And that is my smiley. So thank you very much.
Star Citizen that's being crowdfunded and that at
Yeah.
this $50 million funding mark decided to create 3 languages. And we were all looking forward to that actually coming to the LCS and being advertised as a job. And then it turned out that they just gave the jobs to the three first people who just emailed the guy, and they just gave the jobs away.
Yep. Yeah.
To make us known as the go-to place for conlanging needs.
So how to make the LCS a go-to place for conlanging needs? That is going to be a tougher sell, but I will try to do my part. Like for example, I'm coming out with a new website pretty soon, and then people in the industry are probably going to come there, and I'm definitely going to funnel them straight to the jobs board. But in the case of Star Citizen, I believe that what happened was there were actually conlangers. We don't know who yet, but there were conlangers who suggested it to them. And so that was actually kind of a very, it's another situation where if they've already heard of somebody, so like let's say they heard about the LCS jobs board after somebody already talked to them, they're still going to go with the first person just because that tends to be the way things go. But always be enterprising though. That is actually a nice idea. So if one of us had first, because I just never heard of it, then we could have made the suggestion. Then they could have gone through the LCS jobs board. So we just kind of have to keep our eyes open and be sure that we can get the name out there. Also, the documentary is going to help.
For making languages for movies and such, is it better to make a phonology with more characteristics from the native language of the actors or not?
Okay, so for phonologies for movies and television, is it better to have phonology that's closer to the native pronunciations of the actors? No, because you won't always know what that is, and sometimes actors change out. But at the same time, first of all, it's usually the producer or the showrunner or the director, whoever brings you on, that says, they always say, we want to make sure it's easy to pronounce for the actors. And then it's like, oh, okay, fine. But, I've never cared so much about that. Usually what I do is I try to get a sound that they're happy with, and then, I don't really tell them that, oh, there's some things that are tough to pronounce in here. Just like, if they like it, they'll take it. And so then the details don't matter. That's just for the actors to have to suffer through.
Fred Bear on IRC asks, how big of a disadvantage is lacking a degree in linguistics?
Okay, so lacking a degree in linguistics, not really a big disadvantage. It's kind of, the way that it works with these pitch sessions is if you have some sort of bona fides, like a degree in linguistics, then when like the showrunner goes to pitch the show and the idea a language creator, sometimes that helps, like, oh, this guy is a degree in linguistics. Other times, not so much. This is really why I want to start a standard of having a portfolio, because then there's something that you can show people. And it doesn't really matter what your degree is. You can say, look, this is work that this person has done, and it's really interesting. And you can show that to whoever, the showrunner, the producer, and if they want you on board, they will then sell you. They might, if you have a degree, they'll use that certainly. If you don't, they'll use something else. So I don't think that that is as important.
Grayson Richardson and Jan van Steenbergen on YouTube, respectively, ask, do you see the current interest in callings as a growing trend that will last, or just is it a sustainable profession? And also, how far is not being American a disadvantage when it comes to the American film industry?
Yeah, no. Honestly, we can answer the second one easier because it is a big disadvantage. And frankly, what we're butting up against there is something that has nothing to do with conlanging. It has more to do with how Hollywood works. And in fact, the other thing is that another huge advantage is if you happen to be a conlanger and live near where a show is being shot and they hear about you. Because they would far prefer to work with somebody who is nearby as opposed to somebody that has like more credentials but is far away. So like if you happen to have lived in Toronto, for example, there's a bunch of stuff shooting there, you could probably get hired. But it's a bizarre thing. And then, okay, so there was American, what was the first part?
Trend, fad, sustainable.
Oh yeah, no, okay, yeah. I tend to be pessimistic, so I tend to see it as like we're at the zenith and that it's going to go down. But that's because I always, imagine that there's going to be some day where I am literally out on the street. I don't know. I will say this. We will know when Game of Thrones is done. 5 years after that, when Game of Thrones is just like, a show that was really good at one point in time, then we'll see what the staying power is. Right now, when Game of Thrones is hot, it will be hot. We'll have to see if something else comes along.
Okay, Pete Bleakley. The film and television industry on this side of the Atlantic hasn't caught on to conlanging yet.
Yeah.
I was wondering what we could do to try to raise interest about conlanging amongst British productions.
Yeah, that's a tougher one because, honestly, Game of Thrones is shot over here. Like, you think that they would realize it, but then at the same time, when Doctor Who comes along and says, whatever, anything is fine, which is just a bizarre attitude. So I think that, first of all, it just has to be more media kind of circulated that's British specific. But gosh, if Game of Thrones isn't going to do it, what is? It's a really good question. I'll just try my best when I meet British people in the industry, which isn't often. I'm sorry.
How much do you find that the languages you make change as they get into the hands of the actual actors themselves trying to sort of act it out and say them, especially with ones where, like Defiance, where there's a huge amount of dialogue in the languages? Does it get progressively further and further away from your original designs?
No. I will say this. When it gets to the actors, it's different for every single actor. Actors generally get better as they go along. So that will always happen. They'll really settle into a groove. They come up with their own idiolects, so they end up sounding different. And then there are like some actors that are just never going to pronounce everything right, or even close to right. But it's for me, it's close enough that I can just say, all right, I'm fine with that. I'll just ignore that you clearly just pronounced just a regular A, like A as if it were, I don't know, blade or something. It's like, why would you do that? Why would you do that to me? You know the word avocado. Pronounce it just like that. Anyway. But yeah, for the most part, it's all right, I think. For the most part, it's all right.
Thank you again for your presentation. Okay, I'm hearing some technical issues again, so we're going to start in a minute. Yeah. That's one issue solved. So while Sai is handling the technical issues, I have a small announcement to make, is that if you are not yet a member of the Language Creation Society and are interested in becoming one, I've understood that you can get a membership at a discount at the entrance. But just talk to Sylvia. She's our money person. So, yeah, go
again, this is about the film, and I apologize for people not related to that. But if you are scheduled.
Okay. So for the next presentation, we're staying in the realm of movies with Britton himself, who's going to talk about his own experience. So please go ahead.
Okay, let me figure out. Can everybody hear me? Or okay, let me do that. Is that any better? How about that? How about that? How about that? How about that? Better? Okay. I'll hang out right here. I can't see everything perfectly because, but it's, and this is a little dark. But, oh, there we go. That's okay. So I've had some experiences with film, to the fact that we're making one right now. So I thought I'd just kind of step you through my history with conlanging. I really had not done anything at all with conlanging before 2009, 2010. It doesn't mean I didn't know about conlangs. It doesn't mean that I didn't know a few of the 13 rules of grammar in Esperanto. I certainly had contact with conlangs, but I didn't know any of them and hadn't done very much with them. So I'm going to take you on a little journey about how someone like me, who is very language focused in my life, I speak several languages and I've lived abroad, how someone moves from natlangs into specifically into conlanging in film. And I did not know what David was presenting today, even though we promised Christoph that we would not overlap too much. So I'm going to serendipitously show you a few examples of what I think David was talking about, even though it wasn't planned. So 17 December 2009, at about 4:30 in the afternoon, after I'd learned at about 11:30 that morning that there was going to be a conlang in Avatar the next day, I somehow or other managed to cobble together a broken Notvi email and sent it to Paul Frommer. And at about 7:30 that night, while I was at a dinner party, I got a response from him, and he was pretty surprised that anybody was writing to him in Notvi the day before the day before the movie came out. So the next day we had Avatar, as it was released. I could not get tickets immediately for it. I didn't see it till the following Tuesday. However, on the Saturday, the next day, a sketch of the Notvi language was published by Paul on Language Log. Who's familiar with Language Log? Very interesting blog. If you don't know about it and you're a conlanger, you probably would want to. But on this language, 2 days after kind of meeting Paul on email, I also met in the comments William Annis, whom you just saw earlier today at the end of the promo piece we did for you. He's going to be editing the companion book for the film. Sebastian Wolf, who founded learnnotvi.org, which is where I went to learn Notvi, and Erica Okrent, who is actually also consulting with us on the film. She's not a producer, but she is involved in the overall project as well. So again, we conlangers are out there on the web bumping into each other all the time. I noticed the other day when I went back to look at these comments that Sai was on there too multiple times. I just didn't know him then and I didn't meet him then, but we certainly know each other now. I learned Notvi. I can speak Notvi more or less fluently. I learned to do this with other speakers around the world, collaborating on learnnotvi.org. It was the first constructed other way around. But anyway, stranger things can happen. And I started doing things in Notvi, like blogging about other conlangs, other films that have elements in them or conlang-related elements. If anyone saw this film, who can identify this film based on the imagery? Somebody, raise your, who? Prometheus, yes. So who knows about the conlang in Prometheus? There was a conlang in Prometheus. Not a whole lot of people. There is a conlang, yes, reconstructed Proto-Indo-European by Anil Biltu, right here in the good old UK. And a lot of it was cut, actually, but I reached out to Anil and have him, and we're very friendly with each other now. So I learned, for example, that some of the stuff that was cut was vratra sunusangena klud. Tanus teva purratu adat, cruz teva abam. Uiva usiaque asia te pentane nusmuch aya. A lot of it was cut from the film. If you watch the bonus features, you might have heard one of these elder engineers speaking this prayer or this mantra before the opening scene in the film. Unlanging lurking in all kinds of places that we don't know, we don't. And a lot of that is even in entertainment. But again, a lot of it gets cut, and we'll keep talking about that a little bit today. In June of 2010, I helped Paul to start his blog in Navi. So we became friends, and by October of that year, people from all over the world, including in this photo, Switzerland and Sweden and UK, Edinburgh, and various places all over the United States, flew into Northern California to have the first meeting where people who were becoming fluent in Navi could get together with Paul and have a powwow with him. So it's not just about online stuff, it's about meeting in the real world and getting to know people and having contacts with people. I also noticed that the Golic Vulcan market was kind of underserved on the web. There's a very fully fleshed out Golic Vulcan language that matches very well with the mindset of the Vulcans from Star Trek. It was created by a gentleman named Mark R. Gardner, whom I've never met or even directly corresponded with, but he's out there and he put together a very large lexicon. And because of the Star Trek franchise and because of that cachet and that fan base, there are a lot of people who are interested in this language, actually. So I came up with several ways from a conlanging mindset, several conscripts that actually work for this Golic Vulcan language and look very much like the artwork that was done for various films and other television productions, including the work of Michael Okuda. People who know production design might have heard his name before. So the curvy script up there, what we call the calligraphy, is very much inspired by his work. But again, it's not his work, it's inspired by that, and it actually works for the language, for the phonology of the language. I also developed fonts, which I give people who want them on the web for various purposes, various fan-based purposes. I've actually had people making games officially for the franchise contact me and ask me about font things and whatnot. So this points very much to what I think David was talking about in terms of portfolio. If your stuff is out there, if people can see it, if they can find it, and they can see the quality of the work that you do, and have an opinion about what it looks, feels like, or what it sounds like to them, you're definitely at least at the head of the line for being considered that might kind of fall in your way, if you know what I'm talking about. So in February of 2012, Project HH contacts Paul about something to do with Star Trek related languages. And some of these production companies are very, very tight-lipped and very private about what they do. So this was all that Paul knew. He heard he said, I don't know anything about the Star Trek franchise, but I know Britain has these websites and he does this Vulcan stuff and blah, blah, blah. So why don't you talk to Britain? So he referred me to them. And a couple of days later, I was talking to them, and a week and a half or so later, I had found my original Klingon dictionary from 1985 and pulled it out and had a ticket from San Francisco to Los Angeles. And this very much to what David was saying about location. So looking for somebody who was already in the LA area. And I was like, well, I'm not in the LA area, but you'll never know the difference. I'm in San Francisco. So in my relationship with them, in being hired by them to be language consultant for Project HH, which is rumored to stand for Hush Hush, but I never got that confirmed. It became Star Trek Into Darkness. They wanted somebody in the LA area, but I made it invisible to them that I was in San Francisco, at least effectively, and that they never had to worry about getting me plane tickets or doing anything else like that. In the contract that I formed with them, I figured out how to do all of that, so I might as well have been living 15 minutes away in Culver City as opposed to in San Francisco. That's not always viable for somebody to do that, but that's the kind of thing that you might do if you're serious about getting some kind of work on a film that's related to Star Trek. I did all kinds of stuff for them that ended up on the cutting room floor. This is another thing that you have to get used to. You don't get to do all that you want to do. It's great to upsell the way David recommended. But again, somebody's going to make a decision who's your effective boss on the project, who's your client, and we end up living. Another thing about this particular Hush Hush project was that we were not allowed to take any photographs of any kind or talk about anything related to it at all. So I don't have any documentation in my own portfolio of photos that I took with my own camera phone, because if I had done that, I would have been summarily, escorted somewhere very promptly by people larger than I am. So basically, I have, though, some bonus material, some promotional material, and I'm going to talk over a little bit of this, but I want to show you, actually, since we're talking about conlanging in films, I'm going to show you some video things today. And here we go with the first one.
We are inheriting Star Trek.
I would sit
if
there
we don't
because I was out of the
embrace
way,
and
but
use
close
the
by to what
elements
was
that
going
are
on.
familiar
So
to
that was a
the
good
world
place for
of
me
Trek.
to
What are we
just
doing? We
stay
should
out of the way
do
and
something
enjoy
else
the
and call
fact
it
that I
something
was
else.
on
I do think
Kronos,
that
but
the idea
again,
of
not
doing
be
Star
on
Trek
top
and
of all
bringing
these
Klingons
people
into the
walking
world
around with
is an
cameras and
obvious
whatnot.
and cool challenge.
And most of
And
these
how do you do it?
artifacts,
And we were
these
very lucky to
weapons and
have
things that you
Neville
saw
Page
were right
and
around me
David
all the
Anderson
time. They
work
were
on bringing
locked
the
up
Klingons to life.
in
You got to pay
cases so
respect
that they wouldn't be
to
stolen.
who the Klingons are, but also do something new.
And Neville
but don't
Page and I
violate
never met,
the
actually,
lore and
in the
culture and the history of
work
them.
that we did, but I've met him since as a function of Lightstorm Entertainment and Avatar. He's a fine person. And again, this work, as David will, I'm sure, will tell you, is about making connections with people, connections with other conlangers, connections with people in the industry. And again,
I couldn't even compute what it would look like in the finished form.
A lot of the visual effects would be in actually getting there. And once you arrive there, once you've established this kind of enormous space, then a lot of it we were hoping we could shoot in camera. And so the art department, Andrew Murdoch and those guys built this huge set.
I remember walking on the stage the first time, seeing the cutouts to show us the scale of it, and it was massive. I think the stage is, 40,000 feet
I mean,
or
it was
so, and
kind of
we filled
unbelievable.
every
I was
inch of that
completely
stage. It
overwhelmed
really
when I
was
walked on
amazing.
set.
And that
One end of the room was blue screen, as you see here, the kind of background, but these actual giant lights and all of this environment was all there, and it was all real, and it was hot, and there was stuff blowing through the air, and it was tiring, and we worked until 2 in the morning. It is a lot of work working on a film, being on set. And one of the things specifically that I was asked in the interview was, do you have on-set experience? So I will recommend to you now, even if it's on a small production, even if it's coming and being interviewed for our film, it's good that you have some kind of experience working with a film crew and understanding kind of those dynamics and the things that work there.
Sports Illustrated for Klingon. You look so handsome. I know, if I was Spock, I'd be nervous.
The costume was created, many of them, and were shot for the first film, but the scene was cut out.
Because of time, and frankly, it felt a little bit off point. And so, even though I loved the costumes Michael Kaplan designed, we cut the sequence.
I was quite disappointed, as was JJ, because it was one of his favorite costumes. He said, "Don't worry, they'll work in the next film."
We never saw them without their helmets on. And so in this movie, we had to figure out what do they look like when the helmets come off, which we definitely wanted to do. And so David Anderson and Neville Page working together, great design and a great makeup.
It's really what defines the Klingons, kind of their forehead and their hair. So in looking at the forehead, I thought it'd be interesting if that forehead ridge shape continues all the way around the back of the head. The piercings, the idea behind that is kind of like marking the side of your World War II bomber with victories. They mark their bodies with victories, either with piercings or scarification. We then will print out three-dimensional models.
That it was so surreal sitting across the table and having lunch with Klingons. They looked exactly like this. Sean was one of my pupils. My primary job was to do dialect coaching for the people who needed to speak Klingon on camera, including Zoe and Sean and Nick Tarabey, who'll show up here briefly, who was also completely film. So you do have to get used to.
Now I am officially blinged out.
Yeah, he was very.
You know, it's
blinged
sort
out.
of has come before, but like in the many different series, all
That's Nick.
very different. We followed
Again,
suit, and
one of the
so
things
the
that you
look
have to
you see in the
understand
movie, I think,
about
is,
being
pretty
involved
cool.
with entertainment productions is the cutting room floor is really brutal. So Nick was a fantastic student of Klingon. He speaks Arabic.
Toch he humapu kastisach.
Pok mo bakbekaba.
First mark. Thank you guys. That's pretty great. Okay, so if that's the mark for that.
You got to get mech.
Yach mech. Rach v'shamech. Edge dodge me wedge between kamech. Not there because poop.
Right. Perfect.
There's an argument about sort of which is the true Klingon language.
It's been featured in the Star Trek franchise in varying forms of correctness.
I let that fight be fought without me.
I actually made up Klingon for all the Star Trek films, so I guess I'm the go-to guy.
So I guess no one can complain if this doesn't sound right to them.
Oh, they can complain. They'll definitely be able to complain, and I'll have to explain to them why it's right anyway. She's learning the lines incredibly well. She's a very, very quick learner. She's pronouncing them right. It's like zip, zip, zip. You know, I'm impressed.
That's where I'm. Wait, marks, please. Here we go. Grab her face, please, sir.
It's always scary at first, but you're so curious to get into it and to really know what every word means, and that way you get the intonation right. And then once, you know, your costumes are on and you've rehearsed it, then it's like you put in all the passion and it just sounds really exciting.
Zoe, who did such an amazing job with, you know, all the Na'vi stuff in Avatar, once again proved that she's really good at learning alien languages. But now I must go shoot something else, so join me, shall you?
Rolling! Set. Camera.
It's not very glamorous at 2 in the morning when the camera jams. It looks pretty glamorous on the red carpet, but hard work. It's really, really a lot of hard work. So my next stop on the journey with Conlangs and Films is my husband, Josh. Some of you know him. Very creative person. Very cool guy, I have to say, if I brag on him. Told me in November of 2012, after we just saw an indie film, right before we had some Indian curry, I'm going to make a movie. He just blurts it out, like on the way to dinner. And I'm like, okay, why not? And a year later, Sen had its world premiere in San Francisco. So in a year's time, essentially a year plus a couple months, we made a fiction film, which you can watch online in various formats. If you don't know about it and you care to, please let me know, and I'll tell you how you can find it. I'm going to show you now the language, Sinyamda, which you see written there on the plaque that Sen, the protagonist, is holding up. I'm going to show you the behind the scenes that I did that talk about Sinyamda and talk about what it is and how it was used in the film and why we developed it the way that we did. Some of you have probably seen this piece already. I apologize for the repetition. Get to ask questions if we have time. So here we go with that. And I'm just going to let it play and sit down and come back about 20 minutes later when it's done. This is probably the laziest presentation I've ever given because all I have to do is sit down and drink some water, but I do need the water badly, so here we go. Britton Dondra, Lje Neuchlan. My name is Britton, and welcome everyone. We're going to be talking about Sinyamda as it appears in Sen. I was never strongly into constructed languages until I became a part of the global community who is learning and still in speaking the Na'vi language that's associated with the Avatar film. Before that, I had purchased the Klingon dictionary when it came out. I was familiar with Esperanto, but I had never actually learned a constructed language or attempted to construct one myself. Pyom is a world that is not Earth, certainly not Earth as we know it. And we use the typical conceit, if you will, of having the actors speak English just for practical reasons. But in order to have everything feel alien, in order for everything to feel different, and not a fact of or a function of any specific human culture on Earth, we wanted any writing that showed up on camera to not be legible to anyone sitting there in the audience. The purpose of Sinyamda was to augment and flesh out the world building that we did as a function of the production design on the film. So Sinyamda actually means writing in the language that Sen speaks. And he and Kana and Resh would probably language that they speak, Patnamda, which means it is commonly spoken. I just find all kinds of different languages and their quirks and core attributes very interesting, fascinating. So it has a little bit of Japanese, it has a little bit of Mandarin and Thai, maybe mixed together in the same kind of concept, a little bit of the polysynthetic nature of Cherokee, and I also have an affinity for slang and contractions. Josh wanted something that was original. Of course, we want to show the audience something they've never seen before. So I just took very basic shapes that occur in many human languages and stuck them together in orders and arrangements that do not look exactly like anything else. I found that even recently showing the film and the writing to several people in Japan, they immediately say, oh, it looks very Korean to me. And many people feel that it looks Korean. But although I haven't tested it with a Korean audience, I'm pretty sure that they would not see anything that looks remotely Korean to them at all in it. The Sinyamda writing system is an alphabet, which is called Patacha, and this comes very much from the same alphabet, alpha, beta, that we have in English, in that the first three segments of letters would be a P and a T and a CH. So Patacha is the equivalent of alphabet, and it is an alphabet. There are distinct consonants and vowels. The thing that makes it quite different from the Roman alphabet is that all of the vowels are appended to the consonants as descenders. They all hang off the bottom of the consonants. And when a vowel stands alone, we have to put a little mark there to show you that there's really nothing there. This vowel is just hanging off of something, and visually it needs something to attach to. The way it's written mimics somewhat perhaps an abugida, but there is no inherent vowel ever in a consonant. You must attach an explicit vowel, otherwise the consonant is simply a consonant. I used an actual Japanese brush pen on paper to come up with some initial forms, and showed these to Josh here and there, and he was relatively quick to decide that, well, this is more or less a look that seems unusual and different and practical for what we need. So I then took those relatively quickly into the computer and did a normalization or a leveling process to get all of the strokes to seem like they came out of the same hand and that they were all done in the same design vocabulary. And from that, we had basic letter forms, and off of that, I started assigning phonemic values, and we were off and running. We did many different typefaces, many different fonts. Not all of those were built into a font that you could easily type on a computer, but they're all coherent, distinctly designed typefaces. And I think depending on however many one-off examples there's probably something between 9 to 18 different styles of writing. The printed form can look very different than the handwritten form, but this is common across all of the world. So in the case that there was a paradigm already for written forms looking different from printed forms, we embraced that, hoping that those visual cues would lend a sense of authenticity to the overall production. Why did we go all the way? Why did we put together a fully grammatical language with a lexicon? If you're interested enough, you can pause the frame and go look up the words and find out what they mean. We did that because it helped the actors, I think, with a sense of, oh, there's a lot of effort going into the production design here. So it was motivating for them.
I'm a total language buff. I love to read about grammar and other languages, and I try practicing and learning other languages. So when we got to work on it, I loved it. And the posters, I mean, everything that was put into the production of the film and the props of this film with that language was wonderful.
It gives it so much more credibility in a way. Because go talk to Britton Watkins, he can communicate. It generates a lot of interest from an audience base to learn more and want to see it grow.
We did know relatively early on that we would do a couple of choral pieces as well, and that there would be some verbal expression of the language in the film, and that might stimulate some people to be more interested in what all of those posters and what all of those types and other things that you see. The first song that we sung in the film is a mother's lament about actually seeing her child. That line goes, Niyinda, which means little later, once he is grown and can understand the experience she's going through. The sound of the language has always been something like Portuguese, perhaps with an Italian accent. So that's more or less the coming in contact or Mandarin or English that tends to be very analytic, where all of the words are separate and small. Language technically needed a complex backstory in order to be polysemitic language. I'm exploring lots of different the person who conceived of who they the corporation don't, and that those people who work for the corporation speak a certain dialect that's more environment, who live outside the corporate environment speak a dialect that is different. But I did find that there are many motivations around why people choose to use words and why they choose to use contractions and where their slang comes from that I think gives the people of the manufactory of Sen's world, anyway, a very specific flavor.
Come on, those widgets won't make themselves.
There was one instance in which we felt it was most appropriate to use the F word, and Sinyamda actually has a parallel structure to what occurs in English, in which the F word is inserted into the middle of phrases or even other words. But we also have the concept of getting cuffed and cuffing somebody up, and that's the worst cuffing thing that could possibly happen. And this relates to the fact that getting handcuffed and fired, if you will, delisted, as we commonly refer to it in the film, is a terrible thing to them. So that has expression in their everyday speech. I think one of my favorite things about the spoken language is that it is somewhat slangy. It is somewhat everyday and colloquial. It's not afraid of contractions. It doesn't have any kind of propriety. This world has been forlorn now for at least 70 years. It really has gone back to the wild in my mind. And the fact that it's written is very much a pragmatic thing. The workers need to know the rules for assembling a new widge. They need to know how to follow the corporate policies. So those things are written up, and the corporation expects them to be able to read what the rules are and follow the rules. It's very common in science fiction for there to be an obelisk and it to have certain writing-looking scratch marks all over it.
These incised symbols are fascinating, evidently some form of writing.
But they tend to be done in only one specific style by someone in an art department who was doing the best they could with the design brief that they had to work with. But I think by having multiple typefaces and putting industrial-looking typefaces in industrial context, we end up with more believability. While everything looks unusual and different and somewhat alien on screen, it's also familiar because we do it that way. We did a couple of books that, if you've seen the film, you may have seen on the coffee table. The books have, of course, only covers. The books were never opened. The first Zepa is the universe, and the same root that is included in Zepa to form the wholeness or the completeness of the cosmos appears also in the word on the back, epimploi, which is all-powerful, and it's speaking about epimploi zu, which is for this world. I work a lot in Adobe products, primarily Illustrator, also some in Photoshop depending on what the actual asset was. There were opportunities also to use cutters, but for the most part, everything was created as fully outlined artwork, and it could be scaled or manipulated depending on exactly what kind of format we needed the asset to exist as to fit appropriately on camera. I took in scans or photographs taken with a smartphone into Adobe Illustrator as a background template, and then drew over those shapes using standard tools in the Adobe software or perhaps my Wacom tablet to get digital representation forms. And then I began to explore using more formalized language from font development, serifs versus sans serifs, specific typefaces, etc. But there's a lot of taking pieces and parts of existing fonts, or perhaps even from non-Roman typography, and mashing those up into different letter forms that end up being the very different typefaces of Sinyamda. I have to say that I allowed the way the typed out or written out word looked on paper, if you will, on screen, influence what the word was going to be in the dictionary more so than how the word sounded when I pronounced it out loud. One of my favorite things about the orthography is just that it really is based on very simple shapes, and it's the combination of those shapes in different formats that gives it its character. CH, for example, would look very much to readers of the Roman like, but it would look like an S to readers of the Hebrew alphabet. At the very beginning of the film, and again at the end, we give the audience a taste of what the spoken language of the occupying force, the corporation. And this is not Sinyamda. This is the language that came in approximately 800 years ago to Pyom, and actually one of the words from that language, Pyom, which means jewel, is the name of the planet that was given to it by the occupying force. And in the middle of the film, we do meet an alien race who speak another language, that has nothing to do with sense or with the occupying force, the corporate forces that purchase the planet. The language of the Myzamian Corporation, or Roy Denise, is grammatical, and there is grammar in there, and it's highly influenced by analytic languages like Thai and Mandarin. Language in the middle of the film is not actually grammatical. There were only 2 lines, and those are vaguely Polynesian influenced phonologies. There is a vocative case going on in this language. The name at the end of the film is spelled Chana, but the male character is referred to as Chanai.
Chanai.
Special features that we did prepare for you, though, are example scenes in which our actors actually speak Sinyamda.
I think I was able to learn it as quickly because of my experience with other languages. I speak French. Ouais, ça me plaît beaucoup d'apprendre une nouvelle langue et surtout le Semyanda parce que c'est pas une vraie langue justement, mais c'est une langue qui est intéressante, qui est différente et qui est scientifique un peu. It was just a blast to learn this language and get to have a whole monologue in it.
To have behind-the-scenes footage of myself and my mother speaking this language. For die-hard science fiction fans, they would love this. You know, and as an actor, it definitely pushed me to learn the lines, to understand the inflection and the intention and what I was saying. I also speak a little bit of Spanish and Italian, so it was hard, but it wasn't the hardest thing to learn.
We would like to close today with a few scenes, excerpts from Sin, in which the natives of Pyom and we are speaking in Sinyamda.
Tanya dolba zenimla. Pyom jazen dasho.
Vypalya.
Danya. Abanu Sarjo.
Niele? Tanya gemnessa?
Resta? Tanya tune. Nie.
Daniele. E prodra pyom jazen dasho. Namjen.
Non zinia resta.
Niele, namjen.
Non zinia.
Engojan zonodro. Yiria! Yiria! Zonla niele!
Was odau you mislau resta. Was daudra kimunsa. Was daudra kimunsa.
Oh, Nulayal. Zonu Yiza. Zonu Nandra.
Yosh. Yondrira.
Hello. Namdwin. Kal.
Hani tanta.
Darira.
Tarasya.
Ashken Rafladush Maitia.
Oena noira nin borio. Tanan?
Pandosla.
Esh. Miałem jutro zen popledin. Esh. Miałem jutro zen dapredina. Tira. Tu gen opra genenantu nantesh epunan. Minidru. Dabatanyama.
Also, if you're very interested in more of the guts and bolts of the language, as I call it, there is a document that is in PDF format that almost anyone should be able to get their hands on. You can visit Fiat Lingua or you can visit the Send site for a link to that document. So, Sinyamda was published in November of 2014. You can go find it at this URL. And if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. I'll also say, following up on the kind of portfolio point of view, you should work. You should do conlanging. You should make it in a format that other people can understand it. You'll notice that what I've shown you today is very visual. I didn't go into a lot of detail on grammar. And a television producer, a person who's running a movie franchise, they don't care about ergativity at all. So that doesn't matter. That's what you can do personally for yourself within the language project. They're going to care what your orthography looks like. They're going to care what the language sounds like. And they're going to care that it's manageable for the production, for the actors and whatnot. And that's really all they're going to deeply care about. There may be some exceptions to that. And if they're investing in you as a conlanger, it's probably because there's the potential for some kind of broader fan base engagement. And they may be aware of that. So I also will point out that my next project, because of the jobs board, is to work on an audience who could wave his hand and you could go meet him. So he's a veteran of conlanging and a kind of conlanger. If you're curious about what motivates people who hire to do conlanging for them or to collaborate on conlangs with them, to Mr. Flowers right there. Is there any time left? I don't know. We may be over. Oh, ta-da. Okay, questions later in the break time. And oh, for questions. Oh, oops. Okay, now I have to answer them.
First, okay, let's start with IRC.
Okay. IRC question from Fred Bayer. Do you have any formal education in vector design and typography, or are you self-taught?
I'm self-taught. Yeah, I learned vector-based design when I was teaching people how to use a mouse for the first time in Japan in like 1993. So I really started using Adobe Illustrator and so I've been doing it a long time, but I'm self-taught. But I'm kind of good at it because I've had to learn it well enough to be able to teach it to other people. I had to do that in my 20s, so that was a long time ago. But yeah, that's the long answer.
Okay. From the audience, yeah, there. No.
With Klingon coming to Duolingo, do you think they will manage to convey how it's pronounced and how the grammar works to a broader audience? Because, you know, it's quite different from English, and most don't have much linguistic knowledge, dabbling in more common languages, more Indo-European. What is your
Well, I'm not directly involved with the Klingon project on Duolingo. I'm aware that it's happening, and I'm glad it's happening because I think any kind of information about conlanging at all in any way, shape, or form is really good. I don't know. I mean, it's still possible to learn the Klingon language the way we did back before the internet. You know, you can use a book and do it that way too. So if you want, you can. Anybody who's interested in beyond learning phrases and kind of basic pronunciation can always delve into the Klingon dictionary or there find various other resources online. There's a lot of interest in Sweden actually in Klingon, so there are resources from Klingonska and other places. It's findable, and of course the KLI's been around. If you're really an internet sleuth and you go to the KLI website and you click on the little Japanese flag for the Japanese Language Institute, you will find that via a static GIF image with very, very jagged Japanese typography in it, that I was one of the people that originally translated the article back in 1993 or 94, whenever that was. So it's still on there, Lawrence. You could change it to Unicode.
I was curious, since many people probably don't know that you and Josh did the beautiful cover design for my book, and also there's a sample of it up there, and also the fonts for Itlani. And I was just wondering how you develop a font from from you don't know. It's one thing developing your own because you have a concept of what, but how did you go about, for example, developing the fonts for Itlani?
Well, I talked about this a little bit in Austin a couple years ago, but I collaborated closely with you. I mean, we exchanged things back and forth. This is his book, by the way. It's not just a book. It's an interesting story. I've not made it all the way through yet because I've been busy running around to cons and other things filming people, but I read enough of it on the airplane on the way over here to know that it's very interesting. So I'm hyping your book for you, Jim. See this gentleman in the orange shirt for where to acquire it. I think it's key to collaborate, right? I mean, in collaborating with you, I find out new things that I need to be aware of and new things that might come up in a film production. If I happen to be working with an art department somewhere, helping them with a font or something, I've invariably learned things from you collaborating with you. You're not the kind of person to sit down with vector design software and do all of the worry about all the angles and the points and the hinting on the fonts and these other technical things. But I understand a lot of that stuff. So you have the knowledge, the deep knowledge about how your language functions as a system. And I can see from your handwriting how the fonts could work in various styles, that some of them kind of mimic your handwriting. So it's about finding this really deep layer of authenticity, wherever that authenticity comes from, and learning about it and hopefully collaborating. I mean, I brought some technical skills to helping you with fonts, and you brought all of this working knowledge. I mean, you were the test subject. I would send you things and I would say, is this legible? And you would say either it is legible or it's not legible. If it's not legible, I as the designer have to go back and redesign it. But I don't have to know if it's legible or not. If I know to ask you the question, is it legible? And then based on... I theoretically I could, yes.
No, I'm asking the technical, like what you might need to know.
I don't have the deepest knowledge. David has more knowledge, for example, for complex scripts and scripts that have many glyphs in them. I have recently software that I need to be able to build a system that has lots and lots of glyphs in it. So I do have the software now, but guess what? I haven't had the time to do it, and I haven't applied it to a real world project yet in which I need all of those glyphs. Hal will talk later, but there you need a real world. A real thing that needs a real result, that has somebody who's like you, who's a domain expert, who says this is pass or this is fail or this is excellent or this is mediocre or this will do for now for the amount of time and money that we have to invest in it.
Any more questions?
Okay.
Only? Okay.
Am I done?
Well,
I'm done?
Then,
Done.
Then thank you very much for this really interesting talk. So, we're actually running early, which is we're going to touch wood indeed. So, next talk is something completely different from Christian Thalmann, and been present on the Conlang mailing list for a long time. Know this name. It's one of the people most active on this mailing list, and he's going to talk to us about something completely different. More back into the roots about romlanging or creating Romance conlangs.
Now it's on? Better? Closer? Now better? Finally. All right, my name's Christian Thalmann. I am not a linguist. I'm actually an astrophysicist as my day job. And since the days that Christoph remembers, I have spent years and years not being on the Conlang L list, unfortunately. I've had rather little time for conlanging in the meantime. But I have kept a little bit of conlang alive through Jovian, my romlang. And when I decided to to give this talk about Jovian, I actually wanted it to be about ROM-langs in general. So I calling L list for everybody to send me their ROM-lang, samples of their ROM-langs and what they like about it. And basically I wanted to do a talk about ROM-langs in general. But it turned out that not many people were doing that anymore. And those who had done it kind of wished to forget about it. It seemed to be a phase that conlangers go through at some point. Pretty much everybody does, but then they go on afterwards. So why am I still ROM-langing? That's what I wanted to present in this talk. So just to be on the same page, ROM-langing for me means the creation of a language derived from Latin. I don't call it a Romance language because technically that is a tighter term. It would have to be derived from Vulgar Latin for that to work. And Jovian happens to have many classicisms in it. But it would have to be artistic, so from my point of view, Esperanto is not a ROM-lang. Naturalistic is usually what people aim at when they make artistic languages, so that's also a given from my point of view. However, I don't necessarily need a ROM-lang to be historically plausible to apply for the title. There's been a bit of discussion about that on Conlang L as well, because there's this recent term, Bogo-lang, somewhat, it's probably not the to call a language, which refers to a language where you take one preferentially old version of an existing language and you apply the sound changes that happened to a different language, copy, paste, there your language is done. Obviously that is a cheap way of doing a language, and you will end up with a product that maybe doesn't have a lasting place in your art. Really, you didn't spend much time on it. But there's a few ROM-langs where people have invested quite a bit of work in it to make them really naturalistic, and where they may have started on the template of a Bogo-lang, but then matured the product until it really felt like. There's a few examples of ROM-langs from around the community. There's Brithanig from Andrew Smith, which is a Romance language aimed to look as much like Welsh as possible. I think it does a pretty good job at it. There's Venedig, I guess. I'm not quite sure that's the right pronunciation, from Jan van Steenbergen, which is made to look like Polish, and he can pronounce that with a perfect Polish intonation that I can't. And then there's Kerno, for example, from Podrick Brown. Is that how you pronounce his name? Patrick, really? Okay. Which is, I think, more of a parody of Cornish, including the what he describes as two different social registers of the language, with different orthographies who are constantly at war with each other. And there's Karagina, which is a fictional ROM-lang spoken in Carthago, as far as I know, by Adam Walker, which, as you'll notice, belongs to the P Romance rather than Q Romance branch. There's Angelia by Angel Serrano. I guess that one might go into some, I'm not sure, Catalan maybe or something. And there's Germanic, which is, or Germanic? I don't know the stress on that, by Jörg Riemeyer, which is basically, well, that one is pretty much a Bogo-lang as far as I know. I don't think Jörg has spent much time on it. That one is just the High German sound shifts applied to Latin. Faza nuster en el cil. So why ROM-langing in the first place? Well, one of the advantages, quick results. By that I mean that a lot of the work is already done. I find that making up new vocabulary for a priori language is a lot of work, especially if you want the things to sound just right. If you don't want just all the words to randomly float in the parameter space, but you want them to have actual relations between, like world vocabularies do. There's also the issue of recognition. I kind of like looking at these different ROM-langs that I showed you of the same text and seeing how, although they look on the surface, they share this common DNA, and it's you can make sense of it. When somebody shows me a piece of their a priori conlang, and it's just letters. It doesn't tell me anything. I mean, they might have put a lot of effort in it, but on the surface, you can't see it. With a ROM-lang, at least you can what's behind the words. I feel it easier to make sense of a given ROM-lang. For example, I really like the fact that the Britannic word for voices is uj, which comes from voces in Latin. And what I personally find particularly interesting about ROM-langing is it gives you the higher order aspects of conlanging, and I don't mean that in a snobbish way, but simply it's impossible to do these things if you're just starting with a language. Your language needs a certain body of vocabulary, a certain maturity to start thinking about these things. And with ROM-langing, that you get there faster. If you like exploring these kinds of these aspects of conlanging, then I can recommend it. Now, there are, of course, downsides to ROM-langing as well. In particular, especially if you do a BOGO lang, it will start to feel shallow very quickly, and people easily get bored with those and then move on to something else. And also, really, most of the obvious BOGO langs have been done before. It seems like there is not much space. Wait, how much time do I have? 10 minutes, okay, good. Now, there are some antidotes to these drawbacks. The first one is to actively seek out idiosyncratic stuff, not the way out when possible, and also to allow it to mature over time a bit and turn it around in your mouth a bit and see where the pointy bits are that need eroding. And as for has been done many times, well, believe me, there are still many new directions to go into. So I tried to do that with Jovian, tried to make it a bit more irregular and maybe more flavorful than a typical BOGO lang. I tried to go into a completely new direction. Jovian is not romance as it would have come out in a particular place, but it's really its own thing. Now, this is the same passage that I've shown before in Jovian. You will see I'm using the long S, just because I really like it. And because it fits into the con universe of Ich Bethisad, where everything is different. So it's basically placed in one of the collaborative world-building projects that we have on the Conlang L list, where we gave a home to the different languages we made. And so it is based on Latin, but it has a lot of classical Latin aspects to it. There's a pseudo-historic reason for that, but since probably some historically savvy people are in the audience, I won't say it, unless you ask for it. And the substrate is Alemannic. My language is Schweizerdeutsch, and I kind of try to make it sound go a bit in that direction. Can you read out the passage? Yes. Parabarin geile, ob visant und naim, ob ein tu dringe, of jacht voluntad in geile so din der. And there'll be more of that. Now, where is it spoken? This is a piece of map from a real world map book. The colored stuff is France. There's Switzerland down here. There's Germany on the right side and Belgium on top. Luxembourg. Now, Jovian is spoken in this region, which in Ilbethissad is its own nation, called Gervain. The name is based on the name of the Roman province that was in that region at the time, Germania Superior, so the higher altitude part of Germany. And since this map is a bit of a mess, let me make it simpler for you. This is the mascot of the tourism board of Gervain. It's made of 3 parts. There's Mazeel in the west, Osides is kind of the hard land in the middle, and Sievadr on the eastern side. And with the real world equivalents, Moselle, Alsace, and Black Forest. At the heart is the capital, Rendrade, which comes from the word Argentoratum, which was born by that city a while ago. And the surrounding countries are France, Switzerland down here, Germany, that's the same as in the real world, and Germany in the middle. Here's a postcard just to get you in the mood. That's actually from the capital, Rendrade. And this is what the countryside looks like. The wine actually comes from that region, so the glass is placed appropriately. So this means come relax in German. Now, let's speak a bit about the language before my time is up. I don't have a master plan like many ROM langers do, because, things are never that simple. But I do have in my mind a pattern into which I fit the words and that, meanwhile, take very little effort to make new vocabulary. So, for example, there are no transporters in classical Latin literature. So what would you call that in Jovian? Well, I started with the word onus, meaning load or cargo, then derived the adjective onerarius, which is still classical Latin, would kind of mean load bearing, someone who carries a load. And then if you transform that into Jovian, you get andrayer. So first of all, you'll notice that one of the unstressed syllables just drops away. That happens a lot. Then the ending is mute, although not all mute endings are the same. It's too complicated to go into that right now. You'll notice that the I at the end, in the final syllable, it vanishes too, but it print as a diphthong in syllable. That happens a lot as well. And then the O is de-rounded in a closed syllable. There's an epenthetic D here and an epenthetic schwa coming up there. Those things happen a lot too. So yeah, there you go, andrayer. Now there's a few other things that didn't have a place in classical Latin literature, such as French fries, which are just called fingers, or potato fingers if you want to be extra literal. Helicopters are just called dragonflies. The ampersand, or a pretzel, they have the same name, are basically the diminutive of the word hint, which means hug, which comes from Latin cinctus, belted or girded. It's kind of you put a belt around someone with your arms. There's no name in classical Latin for some reason. I don't know. I guess they all bathed back then. But so I picked lodaire from lavatorium, just meaning as the washing place. But that strictly refers to the place. So if you actually do take a shower, you use a different word, immer, for the act of showering. And there's a vacuum cleaner. The Big Bang is literally called the Great Fly Apart or Rip Apart. Bischbleiere means mailbox, epistularium. And the smoke detector literally says the smoke smeller. Uwachterfu. There's some other words I like that actually did have a place in ancient Roman culture, but I still, whenever I don't find a word in my dictionary, in the Latin dictionary, the temptation is high to just pick the German word instead, because there is a German language anyway. But in recent times, I've found it interesting to just try to do something more original with Latin. So having a cold, as in being in bed with a runny nose, is called gafries in Jovian, which comes from casus frigidus, so a cold fall. I couldn't use the Latin word os oris as the basis for mouth, because then it would have become identical with the word for ear, which in Jovian already is or. So I had to use the diminutive osculum as the basis. So uskul, the word for mouth in Jovian. And I think that's one of the most Jovian words, probably just from the sound of it, uskul. It has this kind of this refined ugliness to it. Oh, yeah. I also like the fact that the ground is just hu. Griegel for farmer also sounds very rustic. Glapf is a word for a loud sound. Actually comes from collapsus. Primpf is just about the ugls. I also like pipfe for desk, which comes from pulpitum. And just to mix things up a little, I also decided that it should be the word for office. I'm kind of reluctant to do that thing. I guess as conlangers, we always want to have one perfect word for every concept. But real languages don't do that, so I went out on a limb a bit here, and I think it would work fine. You wouldn't run into too many issues there. Just go to the post desk and drop off a letter. That works. And schapfel for shelf also sounds really fun. Actually, that's also the root that the English word scaffolding comes from. Some grammar tidbits. I think we might be running a bit late, but let's see. Jovian still has cases as one of the very, very few Romance languages, but the nouns don't actually inflect for case, only the articles do. So here we have the word gein for dog in 4 different cases, and in each time it's actually only that changes form. Yeah, the sentence doesn't make sense. Then one other thing that I find particularly Jovian is the fact that you often put an adjective before the article. So in the blue sky, you would literally say something like blue in sky. Or instead of no man, actually you say none a man. And for possessive pronouns, that's actually mandatory to use this construction, because the pronouns themselves don't really have inflections, and so you need an actual article there to show the case of the phrase. The reason for that actually was that I got annoyed by the broken rhythm of noun phrases in the earlier version of Jovian, where you would use something like in a geile Grille. That's too many syllables. So I figured if you can put basically the ending of the adjective, which would then become mute in this position anyway, you could phonologically replace it by the article which you have to hear to know the case. So it makes the whole phrase more compact and gives it more pleasant rhythm. And then fun stuff that I recently added, such as split stems. For example, the Latin word delere, it becomes blir in the infinitive, but delo in the first person. So there's some irregularity going on as well. I really like sayings. They give flavor to a language, and of course, most languages have redundant sayings. You can find almost any saying in one language represented in another language in some other way. But I found in Jovian in particular, sayings tend to be bakery related. That's just one of their things. They're really serious about baking. And this is probably one of the most Jovian sayings, which means you are yourself the baker of your happiness. Or this one, don't count the raisins in a free bun. It's a cheap one, of course, but I like the word Mütschel, which is one of blatantly stolen from Swiss German Mütschli for a small bun. Or hunger makes cake out of the dry bread. Actually, there's one more bakery-related one that comes to mind right now. Neublause Geis Bubister, which means if you're at the baker's, don't praise the cheese. There's some less refined sayings as well in Jovian, such as, oh, that's none of my business, is basically, that dog isn't peeing at my calf. Or, whoops, sorry. Or the gulls shit on every head indiscriminately. And as you might also know, I didn't read all of them due to time constraints, but usually sayings have a iambic rhythm in Jovian, such as Je geibe in geft. And so it's kind of gotten its own thing to say, well, it's in meter, so it must be true. And of course, there is also a saying for that. Stose virka bense schand, which means it is all true if it scans well. I think we have to skip some of that. We're running low on time. Sorry about that. Just some slang as well. If you're hungry but not like starving hungry, you can say that hogaivni broidel. So I have a hollow for a sandwich. There's more contractions and shoddier syntax in slang Jovian. And some other use with your grandmother. Since what I said, it's since I have a lot of the work done already in the form of my Latin dictionary, it's rather easy to make translations. And actually, this one is a translation of the first stanza of Es ist ein Rosensprung in Jovian. It's in meter, it rhymes, and it has about the same meaning. So that's the kind of thing you have to work really hard on an a priori conlang to replicate. I mean, it's easy to make two words rhyme if you make them both up on the spot. But if you have to write a poem based on existing words or on existing roots, then that makes it harder. Or this is another example that's from Gilgamesh. There was a translation exercise on one of the conlang-related Facebook groups, for example. And yeah, actually, we're really short on time, but just to show, Jovian is still evolving. I said you should let a language mature. I really mean that. Even now, after 10 years of having Jovian on the shelf, it still matures, and I still notice every now and then that there are bits of it poking out of an otherwise more rounded mouth feel, and then I have to just clip these bits off to make things more harmonious. For example, in the very earliest versions of Jovian, I still pronounced all of the endings as schwas. And the word for form was farve, and there were just schwas everywhere. Like every second vowel was a schwa. That was a waste. I like my languages to be more efficient than that. So I dropped these vowel endings pretty soon. So that gave me farv, which is just a really ugly way to end a word. And I noticed there were really a lot of these V's around at the end of words because they tend to pop up in the intra-word lenition of Jovian quite a bit. So in one bold move at some point, I decided to just drop all of the V's at the end of words. And I really like the way that came out. So the word form, for example, is just far now. And there's really dozens and dozens of words that now sound much cooler than they used to. For example, the word for ball is glow. Hia for winter, hu for ground, ur for city. I thought that I would probably mix things up too much and cause too many disruptions in the already existing body of the language, but I find that you have to do these things if they continuously bother you, and if the result is then more harmonious. I mean, all natlangs deal with ambiguities and having several short words that sound similar to different things, and that works just fine. I think that helps making a language more naturalistic. All right, and now to finish, I should point out that it's asparagus season now in Gervain, so it's a perfect time to hop over there for a relaxing vacation. This message is brought to you by Jovian Wings. Travel on Cloud 9.
Okay, we have time for a few questions.
With being a natural Romance language that has been contact with Alemannic Romansh, have you studied that language to get inspiration or something?
I have to say I know very, very little about Romansh, which is a bit of a shame because it's one of the official national languages of Switzerland. But I guess I also didn't want to go too much in the same footsteps as Romansh. I mean, if I'm going to aim at a Romance language that sounds like Swiss German and there already is one, I don't want to end up recreating it. And I think they are pretty different from each other. But one of the things I really like about Romansh, I don't know if I have that in mind correctly, but I think the word for shoe is sciarpa, and I think that's just the perfect word for shoe. Nothing much like a shoe as sciarpa.
Question from Fred Bayer on IRC. Why do you think Romance is so much more popular for Indo-European a posteriori languages compared to things like Germanic or Celtic?
Actually, there's been quite a bit of Germanic a posteriori conlanging, especially Facebook-based communities. There's quite a few communities these days, and I think they don't talk with each other that much. But I think the main reason for Latin is just that people have it in school a lot. There is a lot of different languages in Europe that kind of show you the variety of what you can get out of Latin. And that triggers this, I want to do that as well, response in many people. I know it did it with me. And I guess people are just not that familiar with ancient Greek or Sanskrit or, I don't know, other languages that would very well serve as the basis for such endeavors.
The Jovian noun phrase in its new form seems to have the article in between the adjective and the head noun.
Correct.
How naturalistic is that? You said it reasons. Is this inspired by something? Do you think it's realistic? Are there real-world examples of it?
Well, Latin doesn't have an article, but it's very free form.
But you have prepositions in the middle, like blue and sky.
That's true. So that this actually being a Latin, especially a classical Latin derivative, that would work really well.
If I may add something, in modern Greek, they still do that with some adjectives, especially things like aftos, which means this goes in front of the article, and you do it in English. All the world.
Yeah.
All is an adjective in many languages. All the world.
Dosimund. Yeah, actually in English that you can also say things like many a man did blah blah blah. It sounds old-fashioned, but it's grammatical.
I have a question from Jan van Steenbergen. One, does Jovian also borrow vocabulary from other languages? And two, how does Jovian handle international vocabulary?
Those are excellent questions. Originally, since Gervain is squeezed in between German-speaking and French-speaking peoples, I was going to borrow from both sides, but I found that since I already had the Latin and a bit of Latin as well, kind of the main body of the language, there wasn't that much need to borrow from French. But there are some words, for example, transer is the Jovian word for stranger, which comes from étranger. But yeah, I think since I'm aiming for a more more Germanic sound. I think and also, of course, Alemannic is closer to my heart in general. And the other one was borrowing from other languages. International. I haven't really done that much. I haven't thought about that much. I think the Jovian way of approaching these things is usually to make up their own word for it. And so, kind of like the French Academy reinventing everything in French. I think that would be a more of a Jovian way to approach things. So I definitely know that I have words for computer, printer, that kind of stuff that are just directly derived and not modeled on the English word.
More questions?
I think computer is komvader.
Komvader. Well, I don't have actually questions, but I have a comment on one of the things you mentioned, the word that was the same for office, and that's indeed a common thing for conlangers to want one word per concept, but languages don't do that. Desk and office are the same in French, or the same word in modern Greek, and many languages don't make the distinction. It can be actually a really easy way to create more vocabulary by simply putting more meaning, related or less related, into a single root. I know if I look at Moten, the vocabulary currently has 690 something roots, but if you count the glosses, you're nearly at 2,000. So it's just a comment on how you can boost your vocabulary creation and still stay naturalistic. But any other question? No? Yeah.
Besides asparagus season, what other seasons are there in Gervain?
Well, you can go skiing in the Black Forest. Otherwise, I don't know. I guess if you want to go swim in the Rhine, then you should. Well, you shouldn't swim in the Rhine. Seriously, it's even in Ilpefisad, I guess it's really polluted. Oh, okay. Oh, great. Says which tourism board exactly? And of course, I guess being a wine-rich region, the time where you make suser, I don't know how to say that in English. Sorry. Kind of the fresh, not yet fully fermented wine. That's also got to be a season. I don't know how to say that in English. Is there a word for that?
No idea.
Well, never mind. I can Google it. Thanks for the question.
Okay. Well, Christian, thank you again for this very interesting presentation, and I hope it will help make people feel less shameful about their Rom-langing incursions. I know it helped me. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks.
Okay, for the next presentation, we go from, well, basically, we switch generations. We go from somebody who has been present in the Conlang community for quite a long time to somebody who is actually relatively new, as far as I understand, and I think he's our younger today. So please, is it working? Yeah. And here.
Is that all right?
So here is David Tate, who's going to talk about the inflection of his language, Elditch.
Eldic.
Eldic.
Eldic, yeah.
Here you are.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. Well, before I begin, I'd just like to say thank you to my parents who are sitting up there, who came to support me. I started creating Eldic when I was 11. Well, technically, I started when I was 11. I came up with the name basically when I was 11, but it was only until I was 14 that I came up with the sort of modern grammar. this version of Eldic, the Vulgar Eldic, is basically what came about after the collapse of the Eldic Empire, which basically was this union of the Eldic countries, and they all spoke High Eldic, and then basically out of that came Vulgar Eldic. And so today I'd just like to talk about the inflections and the grammar of Vulgar Eldic, or in Eldic, Ilieseraval Eldiceri Lothes. So the language family of Eldic, or Tulini Eldices, all descended from the Proto-Illyrian branch. So the original language, the parent language of all the Eldic languages and languages that are associated with it and other families descend from Proto-Illyrian. Now, there are a huge amount of other languages which descended from Proto-Illyrian, but I'm just going to concentrate on the Eldic family. So from Proto-Illyrian came High Eldic. Now, High Eldic was the language which was spoken among the empire, and it was pretty heavily prescribed. It's pretty heavily prescribed language because it was quite a strict nation. And then after the collapse, after the civil war, which broke apart the empire, came about Middle Eldic. Now, Middle Eldic was a slightly more dumbed down version of High Eldic. It changed the old bipersonal conjugational system, which existed in High Eldic, ceased to exist in Middle Eldic. However, Middle Eldic still retains some of the more complicated noun and declension systems that were in High Eldic. Now, Middle Eldic descended into two branches, Vulgar Eldic and Eastern Eldic. Now, the Eastern Eldic languages were basically similar to sort of like the more Western Romance languages. They developed and they changed on a greater extent to the Vulgar Eldic languages. Now, two Vulgar Eldic languages appeared. So you have Common Eldic and Valiant. Now, Common Eldic is basically the direct descendant of High Eldic through to Middle Eldic through to Vulgar Eldic. And whereas Valiant is just slightly different dialect, it's quite weird. But Common Eldic is the one that I'd like to talk to you about today, because it's kind of the standard throughout the post-Empire years of the language. So typology. So Eldic is, whereas in High Eldic, which was head final, and SOV, word order, Common Eldic has a head initial and SVO word order, which was brought about mainly by the appearance of the lar, which turned into B from Middle Eldic into Vulgar Eldic. It's a fusional language, so it has declensions and conjugation. It was originally based off the older form in terms of in external history of my creation history of creating this language. It was based on Russian and Spanish. There are 5 grammatical cases which came about from the loss of the 12 grammatical cases which were in High Eldic. There are others which I'll go on to talk about in a bit. 4 tenses, singular and plural, and like Russian, there are no articles. So nouns, or line in Eldic. So, like I said, there are 5 grammatical cases. So there's the nominative for the subject, accusative for the direct object, dative for the indirect object. However, in some cases it can be used for the direct object, which I'll talk about later on. There's a genitive case and prepositional. Now, genders. So each gender has a particular thematic vowel. So it has a particular vowel which is based on the 5 traditional vowels that you see in English, A, E, I, O, U. So the first gender is neuter. So the neuter is kind of like the basic form of most animate animate nouns. So, for example, the word for cat, sati, is basically the neutral word for cat. So it's just cat without an associated gender. However, if you applied the masculine ending, sata, it becomes a male cat. Or the feminine ending, sate, it becomes a female cat. The masculine and the feminine genders can also be used for inanimate objects such as a bridge, which is tilone. But for most of the inanimate nouns, there's the inanimate gender, which all end in o. And then lastly, there is the spiritual gender, which is for more abstract concepts such as and emotions such as love, or things that are out of reach such as star. So, okay, the singular declension. So those are the genders. So the nominative all end in the themic vowel. So in the neuter, which means eld, elona for the masculine, which means king. In the feminine, mite, which means in the masculine, a mutates to ui. In the feminine, e mutates to ue. In the inanimate, o mutates to a. And in the spiritual, u mutates to I. So if we just see that. So, oh God. There we go. So you have eldia, eldias, eldiar, eldian. So the declensional endings are exactly the same, more or less, except in the genitive, which has just dropped the final e sound. So the masculine, elonui, kings, elonuis, elonuir, elonuin, mitwe, mothers, mitwes, mitwer, mitwain, fele, castles, feles, feleir, felain, and andai, stars, andais, andair, andain. Adjectives, or toothios in Eldic. Now, their adjectives pretty much follow the same gender pattern as the nouns do. However, they don't change for case, and they all end in the phone s. So gelis, which is from the gel root, which means great. So gelis is the neuter, gelas being the masculine, geles feminine, gelos inanimate, gelus spiritual, and the plural, basically the mutation is exactly the same. So you have gelias, geluis, geluis, gelues, geleis, and gelais. So next verbs, or geronius in Eldic. So there are 4 tenses in Eldic. So you have the present for present events, obviously, and then the imperfect for, which is similar to Romance languages, the use of the imperfect in Romance languages. And then there's the perfect, which is used for past events, which is similar to the preterite. And then the future, which is used obviously for future events. There are 2 paradigms. So there's the or paradigm and the ar paradigm. So there are 2. So the 2 conjugational endings were actually from the transitive or and the intransitive ar conjugations from High Eldic, when they changed from their transitive conjugation, which was obviously bipersonal, to their intransitive one, which didn't carry any direct object conjugation. Now, so there's singular and plural, 3 moods: indicative, subjunctive, and imperative. The conditional can be made from the subjunctive, which is similar to Latin in certain sentence structure. and there are 3 non-finite forms. So there's infinitive, gerund, and participle. So this is the verb sidor, which means to see. Sida, side, sido, sidale, sidere, sidoce. Imperfect, sidian, sidien, sidion, sidialan, sidielen, sidiolan. Perfect, sidi, sideni, sidoni, sidivi, sidevi, sidovi. Sidu, and in the future, sidu, siden, sidok, siduse, sidese, sidoke. Now, this paradigm, as I said, descended from the bipersonal conjugation of High Eldic, and was actually originally from the impersonal forms, which are found in High Eldic. And this paradigm is a lot more irregular, and the majority of the nouns in this particular paradigm are actually transitive verbs. So funar, which is in the second paradigm, so this is a much more regular conjugation. So it's literally changing the vowel end of each of these at the end of each ending. So you have funil, funis, funit, funilui, funipe, funith, and then funiel, funal, funol. So it's literally just changing the vowel to each different for each different tense. So it's pretty easy. So the subjunctive is formed by adding the affix ab into the between the root of the verb and the conjugational ending. So, for example, sire and sidabe, funith, funabith. Now, it's usually used as in Romance. It's used to express. Is used for expressions of emotion and also particularly for subordinate clauses. So, for example, lebaba tenar eldike, I desire to speak Eldic, and via da funabis, I want you to run. So the imperative, fairly simple. So you have the first person sidale, and which means let's see, and then you have the singular side, look, and then sideri, look, you plural, look, and then almost exactly the same, just changing the vowel in the R paradigm. So you have funile, let's run, funi, run, and then funire, you lot run. Now in the the non-finite forms are fairly simple as well. So you've got or and ar. So the infinitive, so they both end in. So you've got or and you've got the ar form. So sidor, which means to say, and then funar, which means to run. And then you have the gerund sidosto, which is the nominal form, and then you have funasto. And then casidis and cafunis are the participle is always formed with the circumfix of ka and an adjectival ending. So irregular verbs: geronios ki kialaves. So ejor, which is the verb to have, which descended from the bipersonal conjugation. So here's just here's the paradigm for that. So you have ea, ei, eli, ere, ethe, ean, en, ena, elan, elen, elon, ei, eni, eoni, eli, eni, evi, eu, elen, ek, euse, elen, elese, ek, eke. And then, so lar was the copula, which came about from High Eldic which doesn't have a copula, to Middle Eldic, which began to develop one. And this was the reason why a lot of the word order changed about within Eldic. So you have so it went from SOV to SVO. So li, irie, ira, lu. So so stative verbs. So now when a verb is stative and transitive, the object of the sentence is in the accusative case. So for example, Kimutha Elona. Kimutha Elona. I don't believe the king. Vanachies loimite. Do you know my mother? Viu nintuche. She wants 9 books. Now, in each of these, in each of these, have the accusative cases being used. However, with dynamic verbs, in this case, we use, if you pardon the pun, we use dative verb, the dative construction. So, sana gasonos, I am eating the bread. Hunonion muy aras, he was helping their father. Thelen alados, you will be wearing clothes. Couldn't think of anything else to use. So when there is a dynamic verb, they use the dative case for with the noun, which was kind of inspired from the Spanish personal a for example, when you have a noun like, for example, like amigo, and you have to use so for example, I visit my friend, visito a mi amigo. You have to use a. So that was kind of inspired from that. Okay, so this system of changing from accusative to dative inspired a kind of generic versus progressive aspect. So some verbs can be used in 2 ways. So for example, the verb tenor, which means to speak, can be used as either tena eldike, so I speak Eldic, I know how to speak Eldic, I have knowledge of how to speak Eldic, as opposed to tena eldikes, I am speaking Eldic at this moment. So yeah, that's kind of the sort of the idea of, that's kind of Eldic grammar, pretty much the simplest sort of form of Eldic, which is you can sort of speak about. Nason abadolaquin, which literally translates as "thank you for your ears."
Okay. Any questions?
I noticed in your presentation that you mentioned the various historical facts that impacted on the development of the language families. And I'm wondering how much world building you've actually done to support the language, and how important was that to the language's development?
Well, there's actually quite a lot of the world in which it's spoken is Sepistania, and more specifically is a place called Chorus in Sepistania, which is a great land, and it's to the east of that land in which this particular language developed. I created a sort of I created a polygenetic world where there are several branches of language families that have descended from key languages which were spoken. Which were given to the world when it was in a fictional sense. The language develops as it kind of developed as I developed my linguistic knowledge, and a lot of this has been brought about. What I've shown today is basically the present tense of the world at that time, and there's a huge amount of history behind it and the development. So, for example. So you had which came before High Eldic, and then before that was High Ilarian, and then before that was just Western Ilarian, and then you go back to just Ancient Ilarian.
I have a question about the more higher levels of syntax. Have you worked? How do relative sentences work? Embedded sentences.
Well, usually with relative sentences, the use of the relative pronoun da is used just before the verb. So if I actually, can I go back on this? Is it? Yeah, if I go back to the subjunct, is that going to be? No, that's going to build again. Yeah, if I go back to the subjunctive, there's the use of the infix. Yeah, so there. So via da funabis. So there's an example of where the relative pronoun would be used in context like that. So, and is in as for, you know, describing things as well. So it'd be kind of like it's quite a because originally it transitioned from an SOV syntax to an SVO syntax. I had to kind of work that out to sort of put that into the right way of doing it.
Any more questions? Yeah.
I was curious as to how you envision the development of copula from a language that didn't have a copula to one that how did you imagine why did the need arise, and how did the actual the surface form crystallize?
Well, externally, like from not in the fictional history of the thing, I just decided that I thought that Common Eldic should sort of behave like should have a bit more of have a copula. I always felt that it needed to be a bit more romance-like, so it needed to have a bit of a romance flavour to it in the later development. So I decided just to bung it in there. The fictional history, it just kind of arose with the use of more. It just kind of arose because it's from it kind of descends from a pronoun actually. Because I was originally looking at lo, which means I, and when a lot of pronouns which are used in obviously with non-copular languages, when you have you often use, like for example, mikrasivi in Russian. We are beautiful. If you don't use to be in Russian, but I decided that I'd like to put like a copula in there. In terms, it just kind of arose really. I haven't really quite worked out how I'm going to do it like properly fictionally and how I'm going to put it in properly, but that's kind of how it sort of appeared.
Okay. Yeah.
I was very impressed that you got names for the parts of speech. Where do they come from?
Well, actually, they came when I was just doing the presentation. I was just decided that I.
I've got a question from Gray Richardson. How much have you fleshed out the prior versions of the language? Those are the ones in the tree. How many versions of the language are fully or partially fleshed out? And then have you created other languages for your world? And is there language change? Is there contact and barring? That was a bunch of questions, sorry. So let me know if you need me to repeat any.
What was the first one? The first one was about fleshing out older languages.
Oh, yeah, the prior versions.
Yeah, the prior versions, well, they were kind of what I started with anyway. The history of it just came about of what I left behind in my previous sketches of the language. And then I just decided to give them a bit more of a, like, sort of a boost, just to make them a bit more credible as languages. So, for example, the High Eldic, the ancient Eldic language isn't so much written, but the Ilarian language, which came before it, has been written with a bit more, has got more of a structure to it, more of a phonology, so I can see where everything's descended from. What's the second question?
Gosh, it went away. It was just how many versions of the language are either fully or partially fleshed out, and just how many are there?
Yeah, there are not many really. In terms of what I look at it comparatively. So I look at my so I look at the vocabulary I've got now, and then I just sort of look at how that would have evolved and kind of put that together. Grammars are pretty much, the sketches of the grammars are pretty much written so that I have an idea of what it would look like.
Right, and then I guess the last part was, have you created any different, so totally unrelated languages for the world, and is there borrowing?
Yes, there's quite a few languages in the world actually. there are two main branches really of there's the Hopratian languages and the Eldic languages. The Hopratian languages are kind of the languages that are spoken by the race of man, whereas the Eldic languages were spoken by the Eldic people. But that's only speaking about one part of my world chorus. So there are two more thirds to it, which have loads of other languages and loads of other development inside them, sort of semi-based off this world and semi-based off my imagination in creating as naturalistic a world as I could possibly do.
Any more questions? Well, so I'm well, thank you very much for this interesting presentation, and just a compliment on. I mean, at his age, with my first better to forget sketches of languages. This is really great work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing us.
Thank you.
So, we are arriving at. We're going to take a break in a minute. Is there anything that anyone wants to announce at this moment? Just once again, if you're not a member of the LCS and you want to take a membership, just go to Sylvia and she will give you right now a nice discount. So we're going to take a half-hour break. There should be tea and drinks and cookies waiting for us. And let's come back in 25 minutes. Carry on for today. Thank you very much. So, kind of have everyone back. Now we do. It's okay. We're right on time. So, we're starting the last block of today. Thank you very much for staying through this very long but interesting day. And we're going to start with, once again, one of our younger presenters, with Jesse Holmes, who's going to his own universe.
Okay. Could you hear me? Or hello? Okay, so this is my universe in language, numbers, and cultures that I've created for it. I'm going to be going pretty fast because there's a lot of stuff I want to cover in a small amount of time. So my main language, and one of my favorites is Meliai Dryadian. It's the main dialect and language of modern Dryadian spoken throughout the forest realm. You can see some very basic overview of it. Favorite parts about it is the basic word order. It varies between object, verb, subject, or subject, object, verb, depending on the transitivity of the verb. It's also very conservative compared to the other modern Dryadian languages. It's also ergative absolutive, and it has over 40 noun cases because the cases replace the prepositions. There's no gender or noun classification as well. Here's some basic phonetics for the vowels. The asterisks are for colloquializations or maybe between individuals. There's romanization. Here's some consonants as well. I put the romanization down for some of the consonants that may not make sense at first as to how they would be pronounced. First, nouns, pronouns, and adjectives. The cases are divided into 4 groups: morphosyntactic, location, motion to, and motion from. The plural form is from a prefix. Adjectives and the genitive forms of nouns inflect an agreement with the noun that they're modifying or possessing. And in a transitive sentence, subject, the noun that's the subject of the sentence is the one that's inflected for the verb. I'll get more into that on this slide. Here are the verbs. Part 1, the present and imperfect tense distinguished between transitive and intransitive. So, for example, creth is to go or to come, basically just to move from one place. So it takes on the tense ending, as you can see, for present and imperfect. However, if it's intransitive, then the ending of the verb mutates to agree with the first sound, the consonant or vowel of whatever the subject noun is. And then the noun takes on the tense, as you can see, dachronzengal, which is you love me. Perfect and pluperfect and the passive are used different forms of the verb with the verb with to be. Negation is a suffix, and so is the interrogative in sentence is also a suffix that goes after the tense. Verb parts, suffixes via, inya, which means to want to or to have to. They can go on either the verb if it's intransitive or the subject noun if it's transitive. Then you also have to be able to, which is literally to me is the ability to do, or I have the ability to do this. An interesting suffix that I thought of is arai, which connects phrase with the verb ruth, to be, to know. It can also be used or translated as the future tense, and it's used to emphasize the verb that is being done. So I know that you do this, you know that I do this, I know that you will do this, etc. And you have another emphasis suffix, I. The imperative is also with suffixes, there's positive and negative, and then modifying a noun is very interesting. So if the verb is intransitive, then you just take modify the verb in the case of the noun that is modifying after the tense ending that is attached to it. And if it's transitive, then you put the noun as it would be in the sentence with the verb, and then you just attach the to the after the tense ending that is on the noun. The vocabulary lexicon is one of the most interesting parts. It's very much based off of the culture of the Dryads. It's very based around nature. One of my favorite parts is here, the seasons and flavors, they are the same words. So swar is spring or sweet, jor is summer or salty, autumn is sour or fall, and ngul is winter or bitter. However, they can only be used as adjectives or adverbs, so it creates very interesting phrases to express the seasons. Another interesting one is dris, is the word for tree. However, it also means word in Dryads. So example, zadris zadriadi is the language of the Dryads or the trees of the Dryads. And then you have verbs such as stoth, to plant. So you can say zadrisa stoth, to plant trees, or to talk, to write, etc., and other examples. And some words have two meanings. One's for use by humans in our world and one for use by Dryads in their world because they have a different lifestyle, different biology. For example, ksal translates as mother in English, and arjidris translates as father in English. However, they have completely different meanings by the Dryads, which is complicated. I won't get into right now. Profanity, slang, and phrases. One of my favorite is gzur, which means mistletoe, which is a parasitic vine. So it can be someone who is very egocentric, likes to take advantage of a very nice. Another one, khurad, is lily, which is also a delicate flower. It can be someone who's a wimp, who's very weak. Du erseth, this is a contraction of erseth, blossom, which means to blossom with me, to blossom with you. You really like it. Ardeth, or you can say sfurisa ardeth, to grow or to grow greenly with me, with you, etc. Same meaning. The writing system, it's a futoral alphabet. It's based off of the shapes, it's based off of plants, and it actually is written to top in lines going left to right to mimic the growth of plants. And there's two forms, the print form and the cursive form. And letters are connected by a stem to form a tree, which I mentioned before. Dris, tree, is also the word for word. Their numbers in mathematics, they use base 7, which is based off of their 7 gods. Numbers 1 through 6 are of Narot. Narot can be translated as the opposite of entropy. It's the love and appreciation for the universe. And then the 7th god is of Gzurot, which is the opposite of Narot. It can be translated as chaos or sometimes entropy. And so when you get to the number 7, you have the 1 in the 7th place to the 7. So you have to say the god of 1, or the number 1 for the god of Narot to cancel out the god of Gzurot, which plays a big part in their mathematics and how they think about numbers. Think of numbers in terms of taking away, which I'll show in this slide. So right here, 0 is a flower with 6 petals. 1, you take away 1, 2, you take away 2, etc. For the stems right here, they're using the highest place value in the number. So right here, this would be 7. So you can see the stem right here is used to express the 7's place value, and then in the 1's place value is 0. For this one, 532, I'm not sure what that would be in base 10. You have the 5 stem right here for the highest place value, for the 49th place. In this place, you use the flowers because they're smaller place values. These are actually the vowels in writing the language. However, they are also used as operations in the mathematics. Right here, this is 2 plus 2 equals 4. And Pythagorean theorem, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. Here's an example of the language, which I'll go to read out. Darjai, mulbin pustalai, clefin iron, sormesin lang chalupuing adoswing, zadrisa arjal, zlorsinis helsinis swaring locho noshmu, nuef vil airthowing juarez vesloral, angwelwin balis gairis, swaris echrejlis. In the translation in English, oh my, it is winter in the forest, or literally the forest is bitter. The trees are lost in the cold air as their branches long for warmth. The faint whispers of the wind can be heard coming from the dead sky, and snow, or literally white deciduous leaves, covers the ground. But even though this may be so, the beauty of tomorrow's spring will surely come, or beauty will surely come from a sweet tomorrow. You can see the use of the seasons as adjectives, also flavors. Here's the same thing I just read in the script. It's the print form. The next culture and language that I will briefly touch on is the Halian culture and languages. Some adjectives to describe this culture is they're rational, logical, efficient, curious. They strive for greater complexities and puzzles in the world. They think very empirically. They hate being irrational. And they lack the ability to physically express emotions, which actually creates something interesting in their language, which I'll get to next. So they have both consonant and vowel harmony, which plays a great part in their grammar. Their verb, subject, object, and subject, object, verb. The verb is first if it's a statement. The verb is at the end if it's an interrogative or imperative sentence. They have emotional endings since they can't physically express emotions, are based off of active versus deactive and pleasant versus unpleasant. These are attached to the end of the verb in a statement, and an interrogative or an imperative ending for otherwise, because you can't tell how the other person is feeling. And these active versus deactive and pleasant versus unpleasant is also based off consonant and vowel harmony with positive versus negative. The classical Hallyan, which is spoken in the Hallyan Empire, had split ergativity, which then split into the modern Hallyan languages between nominative accusative and ergative absolutive. And they have multiple writing systems. The main one that survives today is the Hallyan syllabic script. It's extremely logical, but also complex, and it's very great at expressing the Hallyan language to the fullest extent. Earlier, they had a writing system that was similar to Egyptian hieroglyphics, which then developed into a syllabic script, but it was horrible for writing the Hallyan language. So then, during the Hallyan Empire, a bunch of scholars got together and created the Hallyan syllabic script, similar to, you can compare it to Hangul and King Sejong the Great. My favorite part about the Hallyans, though, is the mathematics. They use base 12, which is broken down into base 4, so you have 1 through 4, 1.6, be 16, which would be 18 in base 10. And then if you had 1, 0, and then a 6, it would be 10.6, or 12.2 thirds, 12 2/3 in base 10. Also, here are the operations. You can see that they go up by level of operation by how many lines you add. Theoretically, you can keep. This is addition, that's multiplication, and that's exponentation. However, because they use verb, subject, object, and they treat the operation as a verb, it goes in front of the two numbers. So this is literally addition pertaining to 2, 3 is 5. And because they do this, you can then put the operation between the two numbers and it goes up in a level of operation. So this is 2 addition 3 is 6, or literally 3 plus itself twice is 6. So addition becomes multiplication, multiplication becomes exponentation, exponentation becomes tetration. And you can keep going, but you'll get some pretty big numbers, so you wouldn't use it. The inverse is used by, you just put a dot in front, basically the same rules. I also have trigonometry and calculus. Here's an example where I took a function of x and y and did the partial derivative of it and then translated it back. So modern Hallyan examples. This one is the southern dialect of Kasakarthian Hallyan. And this is Kalyan, spoken by the cows. It's just basically like, hi, how are you? My name is blah, blah, blah. Nice to meet you. I'll go ahead and read it. Ang farle sadka rahartam risa farle sadka rahartam risa salni false zandalle salsha false garlan jamra satshani kornija rasat kharna risa rasat kharna iten kalien ong farma safta kurtum licha farma safta kurtum lisa sarmi falsa chosso son valja sarma sarcha falsa korlang samrol nga safshali koimi cha so licha sof karna. Here's classical Hallyan example, and you can see the Hallyan syllabic script in use right here. I'll go ahead and just read the first line. Kotjathni char kan kerkethul gatgar good. Aktullut ekkert, thaltullut telkert, hastlullut heskert, sasa keskert ning. Each realm appears to be dominated by a main cultural sphere of influence. The Hyns to the realm of sand, the Dryads to the realm of trees, the Sirens to the realm of water, the Hal, or us, to the realm of ice, etc. Next language I would like to talk about is Vampiric and Valravian. It's very reminiscent to medieval Europe in many ways, very hierarchical. They're actually the same species, they're just different in culture. One of the main differences is Valravian is a matriarchal society and vampires have a patriarchal society. And Valravians they like rituals, they sacrifice a newborn on the new moon, etc. And they prefer to drink their blood directly from the heart, killing their prey, while vampires tend to prey alive and drink blood from them more than picky. It also shows in the noun classification of these languages, which I find interesting. You have masculine versus feminine, light versus dark, red versus non-red for vampires, and living versus dead for Valravians. Another interesting thing is the possessive initial consonant switching, where when a noun possesses another noun, they switch the first consonants of the two words. So Nairusin is the rose, Twasank is the darkness, Naisusen Twarank is the rose of the darkness. Here's an example of vampiric and Valravian. The first one is vampire, second is Valravian. Von sikel nintus furisalis tu valnonsin. Sun sekes nintus furaseas tu voliosin. I'll also show you a sweet dream next night. There's actually a quote from one of my favorite anime series. So here's the scripts that it uses. Next is an old vampiric example. I actually used, this is a quote from a story that I was writing in Japanese. Whoops. And I translated it to early modern English because I thought it would be appropriate. And this is Kobon, or classical Japanese. Neses lesies anekintrafianemi anna, sun luas annas, sun dreske rantes indiviles toi tret tu sankes. And then a modern vampiric. Niselis lesis anekintrafianemi anna, von luas anne, von dreske rantes indiviles toi tret tu sankes. English, I cannot imagine a world without thy tender smile. I love thee, just as a shadow loves the dark. In classical Japanese, 誰の優しき微笑みがあるようを想像することは問わず、影は闇を愛するように、誠に我は誰を愛す。The next one is the Heian culture and language. They enjoy killing, fighting, they hate weakness. They also enjoy sex in their culture. So yeah. It's the language. Something very interesting is they have both the bilabial voiced trill and the unvoiced bilabial trill, blah and pa, and vowel harmony, very interesting. So a and a can go together, a can go together, but a and e can't go together. E can go with all of them, and so on. And then the nouns are based off of this, where you have an article plus a main root, a second root, and a suffix for the vowels, which is based off of this vowel harmony. Here's an example. I'll read the first line out. This is a quote from another story that I was writing using the Dryadian language and this language. My brother, you say, I am not your brother. I hated you and I always wanted to kill you. And here's the same thing I just read, written in their script. It's written from in lines going right to left from top to bottom. However, each line is divided into 3 other lines to help express the vowel harmony, and it's very complex in how it works. The last language and culture I will be talking about is the siren language, the mermaids, you can also say. They have articles, however, they don't express whether the noun is indefinite or definite. They only inflect for articles, they only inflect for tense, case, and plurality. And that's the only thing that's inflected except for verbs inflect for person. Here's a poem that I wrote, and you can see the script here. I took influence from like sea creatures. You have a seahorse, a fish, seashells, a jellyfish, etc., other things, tridents. Zeth sirenith namer, la echte javel suver, lisinna vat vuyer, zeth abel neth beles. Viser namer la chamon fuser, od voleth niser zieth trucher, zeth abel neth beles, zeth sirenith namer. We are the sirens of the sea, swimming throughout this deep blue void, resonating to the end of time. We sing our song. Harmony with the creatures of the sea, pleasing the ear of listeners, we sing our song. We are the sirens of the sea. And that's it.
Great presentation. Any questions?
So I have 2 questions. The first one is regarding Dryadic. You said it was very much based around nature. Do the speakers have interactions with more modernized cultures? And if so, has vocabulary developed for more modern terms such as computers, cars, those types of things?
No, it has not, except you can include the Halian as ones, but they don't really contact that much because they're farther north. they have had a lot of contact with the Hind, which is with the story. One of the stories I wrote was describing the interactions between this.
Question is mathematical in nature, so I'll just catch you later rather than boring everyone.
How come you're so fluent in your languages?
I wouldn't say fluent, I can just read it really well.
I have two questions also. One, since you have a lot of mathematical stuff, I'm assuming you're very interested in math?
Yes.
Okay. And the other one, see, I knew I was going to forget the first one as soon as I went to the second, forget the second one as soon as I went to the first one. Oh, I know. How long have you been working on this?
I started when I was around 17, 16. I'm currently 19.
Oh,
so
that's a lot of work in 3 years. Wow. Wow. I thought it was going to be much longer. Fantastic.
Thank you. Oh, also, for counting Dryadian, they count with all of their fingers and the spaces in between using their thumb. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Just extra, I forgot.
This is more of a comment than a question, but I am thoroughly blown away by all of your work. But your writing is beautiful, and I really appreciate that. I like good writing, and I'd like to read more of your stories. So if you ever go to publish, send me a line, and I'm going to follow you.
Any more questions? Yeah.
Regarding classical Halian, what is the split ergativity based on? On tense?
It's based off of the present tense and imperfect tense. So when it's split into the modern Hali languages, some Hali languages just remained nominative accusative for both tenses, and the other ones went to ergative absolutive route.
What about the world? Where are these languages, the speakers, relative to each other?
I do have maps, however, I never really finalized them. I know that the forest realm and the sand realm are next to each other, and then the sea realm is also really big, so it's bordering many of the other realms. There's the dark realm is underneath the forest realm, and then you have the ice realm to the top, which is very big. You also have other cultures within these, however, these are the main dominant ones that I wanted to cover.
Fantastic performance. I just wanted to ask, these different peoples who speak these languages, are they also physically different from each other, or are they all
Yes,
the same species?
they are physically different from each other. However, in general, they are very reflective of human beings, humanoids, I guess. The howls are very light in color. They have light, like almost silvery white hair, very light colored yellow, light blue eyes. It's also reflective of their personalities and their culture, because they don't express emotions and they're very rational. And then the dryads are very similar to plants. Actually, I can go into the life cycle of a dryad if that's okay.
As far as I'm concerned, please.
Well, basically the Arshidris is the main tree in the clan of dryads. I translated as father, and basically from the Arshidris, and then the Ksal is the most dominant autonomous dryad that's in their humanoid form, and she plants the seeds and then raises them. The Nurif is a sapling, or also child, translated in English, and once the Nurif reaches a certain stage in their life, it becomes autonomous and it takes on a humanoid form, and they can separate from the tree. And then when the Ksal, if the Ksal dies, then the next dominant dryad becomes the Ksal. If the Arshidris dies, then the Ksal becomes an Arshidris, and the next dominant dryad becomes the new Ksal.
Awesome, thanks.
And, okay.
Okay. We have time for one last question. Yeah.
I was struck that in most, but not all, of the readings of the conlang passages, there was a quite pronounced breathy voice quality. Now, in our culture, we associate breathy voice with femininity, and I was wondering if it has some sort of a special significance in the cultures in your world. So I mean breathy voice, like this.
I was probably doing it for dramatic effect.
Oh, I see, okay. But you didn't do it for the one, was it the Ice People, the harsh sounding one?
Yes.
They didn't get the feminine kind breathy voice. The
Hind or the Hal?
Sorry?
The Hind or the Hal?
No, it was the
Ice People or the Sand People?
The Ice People, I think, was it?
Okay,
yeah.
They're the logical ones.
Okay, right.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much for this impressive presentation. And in 2 years, well, I'm wondering what you're going to present for the next LCC then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Technical difficulties.
Okay. Which is okay because you have basically
of this, the psycholinguistics, which tries to study how the mind processes the language. So, what's going on in our minds when we try to speak? Why do we really speak? Why does the language, in fact, exist? You know, majority of the animals can easily live without language, and they are pretty happy. Why do we speak? So, first, let's start with the language construction. So the language construction is You start to do a language, so you start to design the language. Well, every language has to start somehow in the very past, we don't know how. So we can divide the languages between two languages. So these natural languages, where we don't know who started them, we don't know the originators. And there are constructed languages, we know the people who started them. And that's the basic difference. So the constructed language is a language constructed by someone, we know who started that. We may also distinguish two basic subtypes of constructed languages, and they are quasi-languages. The quasi-languages are languages which are real languages. They may serve as natural languages. Heard today many constructed languages we could not distinguish from a natural languages if we listen to them, if we have the material at hand and we will be analyzing them like a language. They will look like natural languages, but we pretty know who designed them. Yes? Apart from English, we don't know who devised English. There are also pseudo-languages. I don't know if there are many sci-fi fans, but there was quite a good American series called Alienation. There was a language called Tangtonese, and that's a very good example of pseudo-language because it's complete rubbish. It only sounds like a language. They devised also some kind of script, but it has no language structure at all. So we are more interested in the quasi-language. Pseudo-languages somehow appear and do exist. For example, the difference between the pseudo-language and the quasi-language is like between those two fish. You know, the second fish, the artificial one, only looks like a fish, but it has no function of fish. It can't multiply, it does not defecate, and so on. So this is the quasi-language, and that's the quasi-language is the living fish, and the pseudo-language one made of plastic and steel. Well, thing comes to how, you know, it looks easily to ask or to determine if some person is a conlanger. You ask him, "Are you a conlanger?" And he says, "Yes, I am." But the interesting thing is, may we get a quantitative information in it? So, how much are you a conlanger? So maybe from this point of view, we may classify languages, and we may find some different levels of completeness. I always, when I am talking about constructed languages, to depict constructed languages as they are real languages, but a lot of the parts are concealed. They are not seen. But they have to be there, although not even their inventors invented them in fact, but they has to be there. They will be invented maybe or not if the inventor get bored with his conlang or her conlang, but they are there. So we may try to classify the level of conlanging, of categorization, which will allow us to somehow separate the different levels. Now let's go to the language creativity. What does it mean? The language creativity is an inherent part of a language. Language creativity, the language can't work. So it's the phenomenon which stands behind language evolution. There are two ways how we may define it. One comes from the very famous Noam Chomsky, who just generally defined language creativity as the ability to understand sentences never heard before and ability to create sentences never said before. Because that's the beauty of language. Language has finite number of to produce infinite numbers of sentences. Yes? And that's the beauty of language. But we are more, or I am more interested in the special language creativity, which means how do we change the actual language paradigm? How do we change the actual language to do something new? I mean, completely new, not seen before. And we may do it again on different levels, like on level of words, which is called neology. The word proteome is coming from my branch of profession because I'm a biochemist. And it's completely new word created in 1990. Never appeared before. More commonly, we create new idioms or phrases. So we take the old words and we put them together. We devised today the term, speaking by the coffee, is semantic conlanging. Yeah? So you just take the old words and you just change the meaning, but the words stay as they are. And there is something which we may call a neophasia, which is devising of new languages. There is a small problem in English that neophasia also is the name of this nice butterfly. But it's coming from Greek, and it means new way of communication. Because there is also an illness called aphasia, which means that you are not able to speak or express yourself using language. So what's the function of language creativity? We may say the function is, or we interpret it by introspection, that it's some kind of way of unusual expression. And this unusual expression may be by intention, so we do it intentionally. We try to be funny, we try to be inventive, we try to be witty, but sometimes it's just a slip of a tongue. Yeah? For example, my mother tongue has very rich inflection and very rich declension, and it's very easy to create a completely new slip of a tongue because changing the morphemes of the words, yeah, in between, so you create something completely new. For example, I just only give you a phonetic example. The proper sentence is lepit pitliki, but the improper is pitlit lepiki. So it's very easy, but it happens because your brain is processing the language, and it's simply you are too hasty, and the brain makes a mistake. It puts the wrong morpheme to the wrong root. So it happens. But here comes the cognitive linguistics, that why the neology is existing even is that it allows us to impress the others we are speaking with. Because that's why the language exists. Language exists to manipulate with the other people in a good way, but it serves that we are creating an environment around us which is good for us. So we are making friends, we are making enemies if it's necessary, and so on. And the neology is one of the tools which language uses that we are establishing these interactions. Also, it's quite important, the language creativity, for the language evolution. You know, no language is without any evolution. Maybe you can come up with conditions where the language will be preserved for a very long time, completely unchanged, like Tolkien tried with the dwarf language, with the Kusdul, where he invented that every dwarf learns this language when he is adult already. Yeah? So all the language acquisition instincts, which are mostly responsible for the language evolution, are already dead, and the old dwarfs are not able to alter the language. They learn it as it is, so it can be preserved for long time. So this is only to show something more about the neology, that neology means that there is some new meaning, and that new meaning is definitely not settled. It's just burst in a moment, and it's like we have to see what's with it. Some neologies may survive and they will live long years. Some will die in the same moment they appear. It's nice to see how these neologies may happen. There are really many ways. Really many ways how the new words may come up. And this is somehow the source of our conlanging abilities, that we are able to use something new to describe new things, or things we think we may express a little bit different way. For example, one of the important parts of the neology is the words created novo. Maybe you recognize, I would say, at least one of them, the last one. The first one was devised by Ursula Le Guin in her series, which name I have successfully forgotten. Yeah, of course, that's it. And to grog comes from the Roberts Henley Stranger in the Strange Land. So all these ways are somehow the ways how we create words in these ways is somehow wired in our brains. Well, as I said, why do we do that? We do that because there is some kind of new reality, and we would like to give it a name, we would like to manipulate it, we would like to introduce it to our social networks. How the neology spreads? You know, each neology starts in a communication with very narrow circle of people, 2, 3, 4, and then it has to somehow spread. So this is a very nice English word, buzzword. I like that very much, because it really says how it works. It starts to make an intellectual noise, or not intellectual, mental noise, or not intellectual. Many of these buzzwords are not really that intellectual. For example, you know, my native tongue is not English, you may easily hear it, and for me it was quite difficult to try to find some examples. But I went through the literature and I found there is nice buzzword in contemporary English, and it's the solution, and you have solution for anything, yes? So from the original meaning, it starts to spread in completely new context. You know, when I heard the compost solution, I was really shocked. We have in my mother tongue, we have similar buzzwords which has completely different meaning in the beginning, and now they appear in any bloody phrase you find, and it's really terrible. So, and how the neology is established? As I said, some of the new words simply die in the moment they are created. Some do live contemporarily. They have wide use. For example, I found that at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, there was a big business in pottery. A lot of things, a lot of useful things were made out of pottery, and there are many words. I don't know what they mean. I would bet that not many of you also, but these are words which were commonly used in the time, and they were related to pottery, and nowadays they are completely forgotten. They are but words which appeared as a neology, and they survived, you know. Email, yeah, lols, everyone knows what it means, and it's pretty spread also among the non-native English speakers. There are also words which died because the source hasn't enough prestige. So these words were forced by some people to appear as vivid words, but they died later off. I very like the word locavore. Yeah, so it's the eater on local food, but unfortunately it's not working. There is an interesting Russian research going on in South Korea. That's the pie chart there. When they were researching, because Korean language is full of neologies, and they were trying to research how the people do use them, and I was really surprised that there is really at least 9% of the people who admit they use more than 10 neologies per day. So that's really amazing. I was not able to find any relevant research, neither in English, neither in my mother tongue, to this. And now comes maybe the most interesting part of these new things, and this is the neophasia. So neophasia is really a new language. This thing is known for a relatively long time. You won't like it. It starts with the psychiatry. Because a lot of people who have schizophrenia or who have so-called neophatic polyglottism are people who invent languages as a side product of their illness. There is a famous case in Czech Republic of a guy who invented more than really 16 complex languages with dictionaries. He wrote a lot of original novels in those languages. He created many different worlds. And he was unfortunately a patient in the mental hospital. There are also very special kind of so-called infant languages where the kids invent languages to speak to themselves. And all these kind of languages are called private languages because it's supposed that no one else than the inventor understands these languages. And these languages were not really created with the intention to create a constructed language. They simply came to the world. Also quite known are pidgins and creoles. These are also neophysias. These are languages which appeared de novo. And there are also constructed languages. I would like to exclude out of the list of neophysias planet languages because I mean by the word planet languages, I mean languages like modern Hebrew or my mother tongue, which were created partially out of almost dead languages by really intense conlanging, like picking new words and trying to introduce a new grammar pieces and things like that. Also, I would like to exclude codes and, of course, relics. But still, the topic of neophysia is terra incognita. You know, it's not much studied. You can't find literature relevant about them in good numbers and with a relevance. So now let's do some science on conlangs. Well, what does it mean to do science? Scientists have to find some kind of repeatable phenomenon, the phenomenon which you can repeat under certain conditions. When they are able to distinguish this phenomenon from the noise, informational noise, they may start to describe that phenomenon in relation to conditions surrounding. So what kind of conditions influence this phenomenon? And once they do that, they create a theory, and out of that theory they do a unique prediction, and when they have the unique prediction, they test it. So for example, for us, the unique prediction is that the people with of language creativity are also conlangers. And we would like to study that, how to do that. First, we really have to know what's the language creativity. Well, as you heard, it's almost done, these things. We just may choose what aspects are the most relevant to us. But it's really a complex topic because the language creativity works on many levels, from the phonetic up to the pragmatic level. So from the way that we just change the sounds up to the level that we change the use of the words. And we also have to be able to distinguish the slip of a tongue from creativeness. And then, well, as I said, what's the conlanger? It might be an easy question, and there are many, many groups today dedicated to organize conlangers like LCS, or there are at least 2 groups on Facebook I know where there are plenty of conlangers. But again, conlanging is done on really many, many levels, starting from the naming languages, which are mostly used by the sci-fi writers, or to spice a little bit my story, so let's put 3 words there. It looks strange and new, up to the really serious work, as we heard from the speaker before me. And also there might be quite a lot of unself-aware conlangers who simply have a potential, but they never realized it because they didn't really come up to the idea, well, why not to construct language, you know? Well, I started to construct languages when I was, seriously, somewhere when I was 25. So, but it has to be somewhere in me before even I started yet. So this is also how could we find or distinguish these people from the people who never constructed a language. And there is always a big question in this psychological research: can we go from qualitative to quantitative? Yeah, because qualitative parameters are really that saying much, whereas the quantitative parameters are always better. So how? Well, we have the only good tool, and that's the questionnaire. So we are going to ask people. But the thing is that we are not going to interpret their answers just on the plane, but we have to interpret what they are really saying. There are two major drawbacks or biases: that majority of our respondents will be not linguists, so we can't ask them linguistic questions. We have to wrap the questions in a way they will understand it, and still they give us a question we would like to hear. And also, what's really tricky is the first language of the respondent, because many people in the language construction society has also many different mother tongues, and it would be really difficult to manage such a questionnaire that we will be able to take this in account. Well, and then there is a statistical evaluation, which is a relatively complicated matter, but fortunately it's very well worked up, so difficult. And also we would need a lot of luck, because we have to find a good people who are willing to answer, and their answers has to be of any value, because there might be quite a lot of unuseful in these questionnaires. In science, there is also quite important thing which is called a control. So you have to have two controls. It's called positive and negative control. The positive control says that you have to be sure that what you see is really there. So you have to be really able to positively see what's there. Maybe you know that the pregnancy test has 2 bars, and the 1 bar says that the thing is working at all. The only second bar tells you that you are or you are not pregnant, because if there will be only 1 bar, the outcome test is very uncertain, and you can't say anything about the outcome. It will be useless. Yes. So we have to have something like the second bar in our questionnaire too. Something which tells us that our method is somehow working, and that also contains quite a lot of biases which may be easily misinterpreted. And the negative control is something similar. We have to be sure that if we don't see something, it's not really there. And this is even more complicated way how to prove that our method is working, because to design properly such kind of things, it's brain killer, really. So the data evaluation is the last part of such kind of experiment. First, we really have to do some kind of linguistic assessments about the things that people say, and we have to interpret them. And if we don't design our experiment properly, and there are some misconceptions, our results will be misleading, and the research will be worth of nothing. And definitely a very important thing in science, which may be really formulate in one sentence: correlation does not mean necessarily causality. So if you find a correlation between A and B, it does not mean that the A causes B. Even it looks striking that it's so. And we have to have some tools to be able to somehow distinguish between the real causality and just a correlation. The statistical tools available today are really rich, and at least so-called correlation statistics, which allows us to evaluate the correlation, but we have also the tools of the inferential statistics, which may tell us if what we think independent variable is really in fact independent variable, and it does not depend on any other variable which is in our questionnaires. For example, if we ask 2 different questions, and we expect two answers related to those questions, we have to be sure that those questions don't contain too many similar things. Yes, that you in fact get the same answer to both of these questions. Well, and that's all from me to you. The conclusions are these. I mean, for me, it was interesting even on a level of design. That's still a hell lot of work if I would like to proceed with that, but it get me interested just by starting with that. And I'm really happy that I may turn the fun of conlanging into some science. And I'm really convinced that studying conlangs is good for a deeper understanding how natural languages work. Because the conlanging is in fact some kind of reverse linguistics. Yeah? So to be able to construct a language, you have to understand the language. Yes. So it's really some kind of reversed process. Well, and as I promised, here you have your conlang sentence. It's coming from my most beloved conlangs Archean, and it simply means thank you for your attention, which I am doing right now. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. Any questions from the audience?
I'm probably going to have, but it might take me a little bit to formulate them. I'm also trying to figure out where to start. So first, I guess the first question is this. This is actually, my wife brought this up. So I was trying to imagine what linguistic creativity might look like in somebody that never discovers conlanging and how you might ferret that out. So, for example, with this, I have to say, this really bizarre statistic you've shown with Korean, are there just, is Korea like a hotbed, South Korea a hotbed of potential conlangers that are realizing it?
In my opinion, definitely it is. But these people never maybe discovered that there is anything like conlanging. Yeah? Because it's really the potential of the language to do that. Yeah? But the potential of the mind. So when I read that article and read those, what is the neo in the South Korean version of the Korean language, it's really a lot of different things happen, and mostly it's that people are trying really to make the expressions more compact. They try to really say new things by taking old words because they try to express something immediate. And it's really a lot of new words, and people know they are creating new words, but they don't know it's conlanging in fact, because it's still in the limits of Korean language, so to say.
Right. And are there other questions, or can I keep going? Okay, so can we go back to slide number 6?
We can, and let's go this way, yes.
Okay, so I found this framework that you created. Presuming you did create this framework, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, I found it really interesting as a and then I had a number of it. So like, maybe can you just go and talk a little bit at least about some of the variables, like in particular realism?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
The realism is the main point of view. These are these quasi and pseudo languages. Yeah, so that's the realism. Yeah, so if the language is consistent, that's the quasi language, and if it is inconsistent, it's the pseudo language.
I got you. So it's just like kind of like a 1 or 0. Like, do these things actually match up?
Yes.
I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. And then occurs to me why. So it seems like there is some sort of a quantitative metric, at least with realism, with complexity, perhaps with development.
Mm-hmm.
But how with origin? Why is that even on this metric?
Well, the origin somehow, because the a posteriori languages are somehow limiting. Yes? So you have to start with something. You lose 1 degree of freedom. Yes?
Okay.
Because for the a priori languages, you have, let's say, the 100% of your degrees of freedom. You may do whatever you want. You are not limited at all. You are not even limited by. You need not to be able to pronounce your language, whatever, and things like that. So this is why I think to be important to distinguish languages into these a posteriori or priori and mixed languages.
All right.
There's a question up there.
Sure, go for it.
Well, that's a common because working on an a posteriori might also require more creativity of using the things from another language and another which you might be combining, which comprehends needs better comprehension of like what is more in balance than what is not.
Yeah, I do concur. It might be so.
Just following up on the gentleman's last question there, I was thinking somewhat along the same lines in that taking an a posteriori language, almost always conlang is tied, implicitly tied to a larger con history, con world, and with that comes a cultural tie. And so there's another axis of creativity going on simultaneously with just the linguistic one, and that to the point that in my opinion, separate out just the linguistic axis on such a project or such a construction, it almost becomes artificial or results in interpretations that are out of context for that particular project. So to say that a Romlang, to separate just the language out from its history in terms of its connection with Roman and the Romance language history, now you've taken away a whole axis of its source of creativity, and then the ability to interpret its creativity within its proper context. So that's.
Yeah, that's true. So this division really somehow, I would like to use these attributes more like that they combine. That there are no strict this. Like if you have a posteriori language, it means something. It simply only describes a way how you deal with it. Okay? It doesn't say that it's less or more creative, because it simply shows on a different way of creativity. As you said, the a posteriori languages inherit these cultural things.
I'm nervous when I start hearing words like, a posteriori, even though I myself am a posteriori language creator, nevertheless I have an appreciation for it. So I get nervous when I start hearing words like it's being limiting, Well, you may have a narrower choices in terms of where your You may have narrower choices from where your lexicon comes from, but as the gentleman there implied, you potentially have a whole other plane of sources of information and culture and history to inspire you for your creativity.
Yeah, that's true. But maybe for the a priori languages, we may say this Feierabends, anything goes, because you are really, you may even do your own conculturing in this.
I was wondering if you'd looked into nonsense verse as an expression of linguistic creativity.
Of course. That's very important. That's very important part of the linguistic creativity. Yeah, definitely it is.
I have a question from Jan van Steenbergen from YouTube. He was asking, back to slide 6, but looking at the other table. He was wondering about some of the categories here, in particularly philosophical, and he's wondering if you could give some examples of philosophical languages.
Philosophical languages as a category means that you are trying to divide world categories, and you are trying to systemize the things around you, and according to this systemization, you then create the language. That was pretty devised somewhere in the 18th century or something like that, maybe even sooner. We were talking today about John Wilkins, who started these kind of things. So that's still a very popular way how to construct languages. It's also connected to the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis this way. So I found it's really important part of this categorization.
Okay.
So this is here. Are you suggesting a correlation between language creativity and conlanging, or actually causation?
Well, I don't know yet because I haven't done any experiment, but the hypothesis says that the conlangers are a subset of people who has high degree of language creativity.
Okay, so you're not predicting that those 10% of people in Korea just need to be exposed to the idea of language creation to suddenly all become conlangers?
No. Not
I had another IRC question.
Yeah.
This is a question from Fred Bayer on IRC. He was asking where glossolalia into the framework.
The glossolalia would fit as a pseudo-language, and it's also part of the language creativity. There are like two theories which try to find what's the source of glossolalia. One might be, I don't know what's the proper English term, the changed state of mind, is it properly? So you somehow introduce yourself into the changed state of mind, and then your language creative module starts to produce something. But some people think it's not really a mental illness, but it's a of the language creativity. So it happens when you are, let's say, under stress, which the trans, because many people with the psychiatric diagnosis also suffer from glossolalia.
So speaking of cognitive linguistics, when I was at UC Berkeley, I took a class on cognitive linguistics with George Lakoff. And my final paper for that class involved a conlang about frames, which was his big thing, and suggesting a frame-based language. And he gave me an F. He said that it wouldn't be possible and that it wouldn't be a language anyway. Just wondering, what do you think of the realness of conlangs with respect to cognitive linguistics?
That's a very interesting issue. I'm to discuss it with the previous speaker, because he had in his speech a language of a race which is not able to express emotions. Am I right?
Yes.
So they express emotions only verbally.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, but to the knowledge of cognitive psychology, such beings will never evolve, because without being able to, emotions are really the ground of our interactions. Without emotions, there are no interactions. And the ratio is superposed on these. We are not able to, we spend like 60% of our system resources on reading people's faces, anytime, all the time. You don't know about that, but you are doing that. You are all the time interpreting the people around you. Are they friendly? Will they be my enemies? Can I speak with them? Should I not speak with them? And it's emotions. Emotions help us to do decisions, because if you start to think in a dangerous situation, you will die. Yeah? But if you use your emotion, you may survive, because the emotion is the shortcut in our decisions. Yeah? So the brain or the rational is fine, especially in the moment you have a lot of time to think things through. But if you have to act, the emotions are very important, because the emotions are pushing you. So you either sense fear and then you start to run, but if you start to think, okay, is this lion dangerous? No, he's not. Maybe he's after lunch, you know. And then you see he's not after lunch, yeah? And then already.
Well, the way I have the emotions expressed is based off of the whether they're deactive or active, and unpleasant versus pleasant. So it might not cover every emotion that we have a word for in English, and I think they can still feel emotions, but they just can't express it well, like a race that all has Asperger's syndrome.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, it would be very tough society.
True.
One more question? Or nobody? Well, then, thank you again for this very interesting presentation. And, well, contact us when you're starting this experiment.
Of course, of course. I plan to, of course.
Okay, thank you very much.
To start and to tell you. Thank you.
So, yeah. So next presentation is going to take a moment to get things ready.
This will take a while. Sorry, I've got to use my own laptop for this. Oh no. I've forgotten about this.
Just a couple of things I can mention right now, since we can. Thank you. There is in the lobby where we've been eating and drinking, there is a guest book from the venue, and they would really like us to write something on it. So when you have time, a moment, whenever you want, just go there. The book is next to, I think it's next to the stairs. Just go some nice, yeah. Yes?
Everybody can even include a sentence in their conlang, so they have a day or a night to think about good and put together the grammar.
For instance, just think when the book is there, it's not going to go anywhere. Second thing, this is the last presentation. I just want to warn everyone when you're going to not forget anything, because I can't promise you that it will. Don't know how the security is there, how if the doors are getting closed, how it's going to go. So just please try not to forget anything. That includes the here. Just take it back with you and put it there again tomorrow morning. So
I'm still getting set up, so I had to log in and out. We knew this would happen.
I'll add two other things. One is tomorrow I think we're starting a setup around noon, and if y'all are interested in having something social around 10, come chat down here afterwards and we'll figure out when and where. And second, My talk tomorrow is, as Christophe mentioned, based on a legal memo that was given to us by Denton's. So I am not a lawyer, I'm not your lawyer, I'm not giving legal advice, but if you have legal questions about conlangs that you might like to see addressed in my talk, email me. Conlangs@sci.com or I@s.ai. I have the shortest email. So yeah, see you then. You good?
I think I'm ready to start now. Can I still be heard when I talk like this, or I need to stand right here to be heard? Okay.
Okay. Well, just quickly, this is our last talk of the evening, and this is once again something quite different. About we're going to talk more about software than about conlang themselves. So Martin Keegan, I'll let you do it. Go ahead.
Okay. Thanks very much, Christophe, for inviting me. I've a great amount of fun here already today, and you know, I've not really met other conlangers before, but I've been messing around with constructed scripts and constructed languages since I was constructed scripts since I was about 6 years old, and constructing languages, I guess, is a secret vice I picked up going through puberty, or at least one of them. And this, so what I want to talk about is the other thing that I've been doing since childhood, and that's writing software. And software itself involves a bunch of constructed languages. You know, there was a typology offered in the previous talk, and I want to say, well, actually, there are a whole bunch of programming languages which are also constructed, and I'll be using one of them to demonstrate how we can change the economics of generating consistent lexica for you know, particular phonologies that we've created. So the software tool I want to present it has no good name. It's called OCaml Prolog. It's a language called Prolog, implemented in another language called OCaml. I just didn't think I was going to be presenting it, so I haven't chosen a good name for it yet. What it does is it allows you to define a phonology and generate words that conform to that phonology. There are a lot of tools out there that do this. Mine also allows you to check already created conform to you've changed the phonology, and so on. I'll try to demonstrate that live with some examples and demonstrations from real languages that you may have seen and some ones that you won't have seen. And if I have time, I'll talk about some limitations of this approach. So I was involved in making computer games in the 90s, and I wanted to create characters that had names that looked like they were from a consistent, and in various ways with a tool I called Eric Generic for creating generic names that seemed like they were Tolkien's elves and things like that. It never really went anywhere, but it inspired what I'm doing now with this with this tool. So I became interested in phonology specifically when I was looking at active stative languages where you can't attribute certain types of verbs and actions to inanimate subjects. And I thought, well, it would be really cool if that could also be enforced you know, by phonotactics. So you know, all the words that were sort of animate would have a particular ability to combine with words near verbs, and then ideas that I didn't like would not just be ungrammatical, but they'd be unpronounceable. And I thought that was really cool. And could I have a computer program that would help me make a constructed language that did something like that? But aside from that sort of selfish motivation, the point of this tool is to reduce the cost if you're not interested in making a lot of the lexical items. And some people, that's the main thing. I care more about inflectional and derivational morphology than about, you know, the individual words. So what it allows you to do somewhat is decouple the development of one bit of the language from another, but you can also see what effects changes to your phonology as you evolve it will have on the sort of strings that are now valid language, and you can check whether a particular word that you come up with conforms with the phonology if your phonology is a bit complicated. And of course, it actually creates the lexical items for you, but that's kind of not the main thing here. So there are a bunch of formal languages, that is programming languages, that are involved in making this. You won't need to know much about any of these. The main one is Prolog, popular in the 80s for for artificial intelligence and so on. And this here is a small prologue program specifying something to do with NLP, saying that a sentence has a noun phrase and a verb phrase in it, and so on. This is a definition of the noun phrase. The prologue implementation, which is my tool, is implemented in another language, which itself is implemented in another language, which is translated into another language, and it goes down to the level of electrons through about 2 more languages there. And there's this sort of massive diachronic and dialectal variation in history to programming languages, which I do, but it's just not the main point of the talk here. So, in the 80s, we were doing these things. It wasn't all, Thatcher, Reagan, Bananarama, John Paul II. We had definite clause grammars, and they were a big deal when I was doing this stuff in the 90s. And they are sort of what was called syntactic sugar that allows you to say is a noun phrase followed by a verb phrase, and a noun phrase is a determiner followed by a noun, and so on. And we've got the ability to make a sentence that, like, the cat eats a bat, or something, or a cat eats a cat, or something like that. And this is translated into something which looks a bit more like this. And that's the sort of format that my tool uses, unfortunately. I haven't produced this sort of abbreviated form to use, which I admit is a weakness. So, let's say you're going to make a new constructed language, and so you've got to have a phonology for it. It's often the place people do start is with the sounds, the phonetics, and the phonology of the thing. If we were to do something really simple, the rookie mistake is to base your phonology on the phonology of your own native tongue, and then there's the sort of Zamenhof basing your phonology on the orthography of your native tongue, which you also want to avoid. And so this, you could completely go to town and just don't do things like having palatal stops or more than 8 places of articulation, because that's just unlucky. I'm looking at you, modern standard Arabic. And if we have this, if we have a really simple example here, we've got a word, and we'll have the syllable as the basic unit, or we could have a mora if you swing that way, and the syllable will just have an onset, either a T or a K, and a vowel, an I or an A or a U. So we can have like tiki, kaku, katu, kita, those sorts of things are all valid strings in the language. And my tool would take this and generate all of those strings, but we can do stuff that's considerably more sophisticated than that. And I'm not going to sort of go through because I haven't got much time to show that it does generate all those things. Let's look at what we could do if we took existing constructed languages and the grammatical or at least phonological descriptions that have been made of them, and see whether we can generate stuff that looks a bit like what they've done. So there's, I don't know how to pronounce it, Ardalambion. It's an old website, or part of an old website, that has this data about Quenya, and I've got the link there so you can see where I got my list of sort of valid medial clusters that are permitted in Tolkien. Is roughly a rip-off of Finnish. And so I got them all and stuck them in. I've omitted a huge amount of the material here, and the tool was run, and I generated a couple of hundred of these, and took a couple that looked fairly plausible as Quenya. I'm not a Tolkien. I thought this was all right for a first try. It also generated this stuff, which doesn't look so good, but I think is valid, phonologically valid Quenya as well. So we're not doing too. We apply a human filter at the end. There's another example here I've got of Sochol, which is by a friend of mine, one of my closest and most Finno-Ugric friends, the beautiful and talented, who's using this in a fantasy novel that she's writing to sort of lift the curse placed on her for translating Dragonlance into Finnish. And this this is an example of some of the Lord's Prayer in her language. Here is stuff from her dictionary, usefully presented to me in Excel form, and here is what my generated stuff. And we haven't really looked over and seen whether it's violating some of the rules, but it's almost plausible. What I'd like to do is do an actual live software demo of this thing, and I know these often go wrong. We think of I just find this very stressful. I know we think of constructing languages as a bit of harmless fun. It's obviously not harmless. There are like called LCC in the United States alone, but this. So I'm going to. This is now we're going to do some proper applied linguistics here, and some people can apply linguistics the way others apply makeup. And what I'm going to do is trowel on the gaudy mascara of vowel harmony onto an existing language. So we've got the phonetics of a language here. I don't know how easily you can see this, but we've got a bunch of vowels, a bunch of various, permitted clusters and so on, and definitions of what sort of structures are permitted for multi-syllable words. And what I prepared earlier is a version of the file. I'm in the wrong directory. If we go to the version with added, reload the file here. Actually, just to be honest here, I've generated a cut down version of the grammar. I've taken all the grammar in this file. It's a bit small. Let's see if we can make that bigger. Not that big. I've removed all the verb phonology. The verb system alone sort of violates our harassment policy here, so I'm not going to show you that. But this, let's make that a bit small. That was a bit over optimistic. So we've got our consonants and vowels, a couple of diphthongs, and here are some lexical items. I don't know whether that is too small. Can everyone see anything of that? Okay, so there's a sort of made-up orthography on the left and IPA on the right. And what I'm going to add is something which says you're not allowed to have... it looks like this version of the file has already got that applied to it, but... let's go back. Live software demos. So no vowel harmony. And the thing should magically reload, and being able to regenerate the example words in your grammar just by after you've changed the phonology is I think somewhat cheating. But you see here we've got a back vowel and a front vowel, an O and an E in the same word, and you'll find that kind of thing everywhere. If we look at the file again now, so that's the old version. If we go to the version where vowel harmony is permitted. Look at the file again. I saved this earlier. So we see that there's, I don't know whether you can see, maybe a bit small. We've got vowels specified with this harmony group thing, which has to match between all the different vowels in the word, and vowels now have front or back, and you can sort of apply arbitrarily complicated predicates the various phones in your system. So we could have all of the consonant clusters be homologous and specify that, or whatever you want. And when we generate it, we'll find that that now all the vowels are from one or the other side of the thing. So I think that's pretty cool. I don't know how much time I've got left. I've got about 3 minutes. What I'd also like to show you is what we could do with checking particular strings, whether they're valid and so on. So going back to the non-vowel harmony version of this, so if I load in the file, this will eventually give me all the possible words that can be generated by it. I've had to separate out each phone with a comma. Otherwise, you have these problems with working out, is the word idea EA, or is EA a unit, and so on. So excuse the notation, but those you'll see there's this BEBAS is a valid word here. So if I were to ask, is BEBAS valid? it would say true. Okay, thank goodness for that. And if I go to the vowel harmony version of this, load in the file, that is to say, what we're simulating here is, the language has evolved. I am adding this new restriction. Is this word in my dictionary still conformant with the phonology? Then if I ask the same question, I believe I should get false. And I could automate that for all the words in my dictionary, and I'd be able to see when I change the phonology, actually have I invalidated some of the dictionary. And I think that's a useful contribution, being able to check the phonology against the individual lexical items. I apologise for all the appalling notational system. Obviously, if this were made more useful to other people, we wouldn't have to put up with that kind of nonsense. But it's just a demonstration. So what the system doesn't do with my remaining time, I've spoken about the inability to sort of deal with where you put the dividing lines between letters when you represent it as ASCII text. Obviously, we could do stuff about that, and encoding, Unicode, and so on is something that I've not really thought much about. What I don't deal with terribly well is frequency. The system is designed to take all of the possible strings that conform to that particular phonology or grammar. And that could be an infinite set if you say, well, we've got a definition of a syllable here, and a word is a syllable, or it's a word with another syllable after it, a recursive definition that could go on forever. So if you try to generate all of the possible words and then pick a couple at random so they don't all sort of end up in alphabetical order, the thing will run forever and you never get a result. So one of the things you're losing by having the power of being able to do things like vowel harmony is some degree of simplicity. The thing might run forever. You might write a phonology that crashes your computer, or at least the program it's running inside, and that's just the world we live in. And obviously, we could do a lot better with the tooling. Talked to Alex Fink, who's producing a competing thing and has another one in development that will have some features that this doesn't have. I hope this has been useful and relevant, and thank you very much for inviting me. I've had a great time, and I hope you have as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. Do we have questions? Yes, we do.
I'm just so glad I didn't use Dothraki as the example before knowing who was coming to this.
Hello, I have two questions. Okay. My first one is there some kind of user-friendly version of it in the works?
What's your second question? I mean, obviously, one could create such a thing. This is the core of such a system. To have a bathroom, you need the plumbing and the porcelain. This is the plumbing. Someone needs to do the porcelain. Maybe that could be me. Maybe it would be someone else.
And my second question, is it possible to use non-standard Latin letters, so letters perhaps with superscript marks or umlauts or that sort of thing?
Once I've got Unicode or UTF-8 working, then yes. I wanted to use Moten as my mystery conlang, but it uses a pipe symbol for something in its standard. And that's a reserved character in Prolog, meaning list concatenation or something, and would introduce massive ambiguities. Yeah, obviously we would be able to do that, but specifically the lexa, I don't know, the thing which divides up strings to say, this is a word, this is a quoted string of words with proper quotes around it or brackets. That thing doesn't know too much about the character encoding that's used for French and Chinese. I mean, if 7-bit ASCII was good enough for Jesus Christ, it should be good enough for us, but that's not how the world works, unfortunately. And so the consequence is that old school people like me do produce tools like this that have to be adapted afterwards to support those kinds of things. And obviously I would love to do that.
To be fair about Moten, I have the same problem when I use a word, so I just went to IPA when I do that. I just translate then.
Does this work? A question from IRC: is this project open source, and if so, is it on GitHub? This is by Fred Beyer.
Yeah. So if we go back, if you click on the link, I have given out a web URL for this presentation. If we click on the link and go out of kiosk mode, you will find that it is on GitHub. It is somewhat packaged. I think it even contains some fake Quenya in the README file. It's licensed under the GPL. The original unification implementation is by a bunch of Polish students who didn't really know how to write in OCaml, but they really did know how to implement the solver algorithm. And I worked with them to tidy up the thing as a Prolog interpreter and randomization that allows you to generate a range of results from it, and just tidied it up and fixed it. So the linguistic stuff is mine. The underlying Prolog implementation is by some people who open sourced it and gave it away for free on the internet, and I've of course retained that open source character. So yes.
More questions?
I'm good. I'm sort of software engineering style questions.
This is really interesting. However,
thank you.
I can't help but think that for a conlanger who, like you and like me, who is much more interested in morphology than the lexicon, and considers the creation of the lexicon from a phonotactic, phonological level to be the tedious part of conlanging.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, it seems, looking at your program, that it seems to presuppose that the conlanger nevertheless must be proficient in understanding phonotactics and creating a phonology, even though they don't like phonology. So what I'm thinking is, would it be possible for such to be augmented so that a conlanger could put in a few basic parameters, like phony I don't want, and then let the program generate a phonology for you to say thumbs up or thumbs down, so that I don't have to be an expert on phonotactics, even though I hate phonotactics.
Yeah. So I knew for time. You obviously noticed it was hurried. One of the things I wanted to demonstrate, and which I was not able to get working, so it's lucky I didn't have the time, was taking a large corpus and try to infer what is a valid medial cluster, at least the ones that are attested in the data that we've got. There are tools out there which generate a phonology for you. Most of them I don't think have the sort of super segmental, arbitrarily complex vowel harmony and only one ejective word and all that kind of stuff. Yes, you could quite, without too much trouble, generate that Prolog file that I showed you on the basis of inputs from the user, which just spit that stuff out. And you could have a UI which asks them some questions about favorite fricative or whatever it happens to be, and this and then generates a thing, and then I'm a big believer in sort of iterative incremental processes where you can adjust these things. This is all about the reality of adjusting and making small gradual changes. That it feels like someone else's. I know there are things out there which generate a whole phonology for you and a bunch of words and stuff, what this is there's a concrete intermediate representation of the phonology that you could manipulate even without knowing too much of the computer science, and which of course exists as a file, can be version controlled, and which can be edited and tweaked rather than you start with this randomly generated thing and that's your lot. So yes, you could, and separating it out into these stages, I think is the right approach. We've got one part of a pipeline here, and you're proposing shunting something onto the front of it. Yes, it's designed to fit into larger systems, and it would.
I have kind of an awful question, but just stick with me here.
It's okay, it was an awful presentation.
No, you're good. All right, so taking this basic idea here, let's say that you you moved out of phonology and went into morphosyntax. Yeah, I know. Now let's say though that for example that if you could just tag verbs as types, whether they be dynamic versus stative or whatever classifications were necessary for your verbs. And then you did that for your nouns, and you defined a set of cases for the nouns. Let's say that you decided later on to make some sort of a change where, say, predicates of this type are now going to take this particular case.
Yeah.
All right. Then, let's say you have an existing corpus of things you've already translated. Could you somehow modify this program to make it check the corpus and see if there are any places where your new grammatical change has now been violated by the existing set of sentences?
So fundamentally this thing is about randomly generating valid strings which conform with a set of rules and checking whether things do conform with a set of rules, working in either direction. The set of rules is abstract. I deliberately chose these examples of phrase structure rather than word structure here to sort of illustrate that.
Yeah.
What you're talking about is sort of the NLP thing of we're going to parse this sentence and make some judgment its well-formedness. If you had something which parsed the sentence, if you had a formal concrete grammar of your sentence of your language, then in a system such as this, it's just Prolog, then you can use that to do what you're describing. Writing those grammars is really hard. Getting them right is really hard. Dealing with the corner cases is really hard, and so on. The main innovation that I provided, apart from knowing more about linguistics than the guys who wrote this particular Prolog interpreter, is being able to generate a random sample of the things that conform with the sort of phonetic grammar. You don't need my tool to do what you're describing. You need any Prolog implementation and a bunch of tooling, as John said, around that for facilitating these particular use cases. There are some people who have used this language, Prolog, not my specific implementation, and I did use another implementation when demonstrating some of it. There are people who've expressed conlangs, I think the black speech of Mordor, which is agglutinative, luckily. They've made a grammar and a phonology of that in Prolog, and so you can check whether or not changes are valid or not. You don't need the random generation feature for that. Pretty much all the other techniques that I've had to use to get this working are completely relevant to your use case. So if you're in the business of trying to retcon a grammar onto an existing corpus of material like the second Star Trek movie or whatever it happens to be, then these kinds of techniques are what you're looking for. But I think it's really hard.
Yeah. Thanks.
More questions?
Uh-oh.
Don't be shy. No. Well, so let me to thank you for this interesting presentation and this interesting tool. That's especially the check-in looks very interesting. I've noticed in my dictionary sometimes I realize that one word just doesn't fit, and it's nice to have something to make the check for you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, I gave all the announcements I had to give when things were getting ready. Are there any other announcements to make before we close out? I can't see anything. So, if everybody's okay, I'm just going to say thank you for being present today. Tomorrow we're starting again at 12 o'clock. There is no lunch provided, but there will be drinks and cookies at 12 o'clock at the same place. So you can have something at least. I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much for coming.